Good luck.
Hello, I'm GearlessRobot, and tonight I'll be running Mother 3. And with me here is Lonely SR, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hey, what's up? I'm Lonely. I also go by Brooke, and I run Mother 3, so I'm going to be here to help out with commentary.
Alright, well, I'm ready to get started. How about you?
I am ready.
Alright,
We have plenty of time to talk, Lord knows.
Okay, so I guess we can count it down. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, good luck.
First off, we're gonna have to name a couple of the characters. I just name them. You can't name characters like the same thing. Like, they can't all be A, so I just like to name them the first letter of what their actual name is. It's a bit slower than just going like A, B, G, whatever, but that's just a nice thing I like to do. I also upset that most of them are like right by A anyway, so. And then I named the favorite thing 4 just because one run, like when I found out about the whole you can't name things the same thing, I just kind of freaked out and named the favorite thing 4 because it was the first thing that I could name that it wasn't just a repeat of something. So just as tradition, I name the favorite thing 4 all the time.
Alright, so Mother 3, the sequel to Earthbound, very famous game at this point, I would say. Came out on the Game Boy Advance in 2006. Only in Japan. Still, maybe someday we'll get this in worldwide. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting speedrun. If you've never played this game before, it is a turn-based RPG with something called a rolling HP mechanic. We will get into what that means in a little bit, but yeah, it leads to really interesting, almost action RPG-esque fights that I think are really interesting for speedruns.
You won't get this
unfortunately
early on, like in a couple of the fights, their HP is just too low and they don't deal enough damage that it really doesn't matter. But by the late game, the values get high enough that, yeah, you're probably dying half the time and you need to hurry up and heal before you actually die.
Definitely. Unfortunately, there are a lot of cutscenes, a lot of text. We do have legal turbo for this game, and I believe Gearless will be using turbo for this run.
Yes. I've got 2 controllers, one with turbo, one without, because I don't like fiddling with the turbo switches, like when I moved from a cutscene to the gameplay, so I just use 2 controllers since the GameCube lets you plug up to 4 controllers in for this, and they all count as one input. So I can just switch between them. Just have them both in my lap right now. So like in Earthbound, you start on your pajamas, you gotta go get changed before you can leave. I guess technically in Earthbound you can go to the meteor without that, but let's start from after that when your mom forces you to change. It's basically the same thing. And then Lucas is gonna go out to play with basically a dinosaur. They call them Dragos or Dragos. I'm not exactly sure if it's a long A or not, but they're these dinosaur things. And we're just gonna play fight with them.
It's the tutorial on running.
Yeah.
Good time to talk about running. So running in this game is pretty unique. Not just like a hold B and move faster like a lot of RPGs. The way it works is you have to hold B for about half a second, and then that charges up a run. And from there you can let go, and you'll be running in any direction until you tap in a different direction.
Or if you hit something.
Or if you hit something. So yeah, a lot of our movement throughout this run is going to be about avoiding bonking on walls. There you have to intentionally bonk into the Drago to move things along.
Yeah, there's a mechanic where I think originally it was supposed to be, it's supposed to take a while for, if you had a bigger party, to start charging it, but I think at some point they changed it so it's like a frame for every party member you have that's longer to actually start running.
Okay, I didn't know that. So first fight here,
it's so minor, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Mocha get right over pretty quick.
Yeah.
You can save or lose a turn there, but pretty irrelevant. Just
Yeah.
1 or 2 seconds
Lucas
lost
got
per
the
game.
smash, so that probably helped out a bit. And then the favorite food, if you notice, is just called omelets. They mention it like 2 or 3 times in this cutscene, and then never again. So it's just not worth it to not just pick don't care and name it omelets. But everything else pops up a whole bunch, so you want it to be one character names, including the characters that show up later. Yeah, see, there's omelets. And I think that... Yeah, I think that's it. No more omelets for the rest of the run.
So here we have the first auto scroller text section. These you don't have to press any buttons during. So great time for a... Obviously it's a little early in the run for this, but for the later ones, great time for a bio break.
Yeah. And if you miss any of this, don't worry, because this text will show up again in like 10-ish minutes. So if you miss something, just wait. You'll see it again. There's well, that doesn't really matter that it has omelets there, because yeah, it's gonna scroll at the same speed. It's not like it puts it on another line and adds another line to this. It could be omelets, it could be a max character name. It's not gonna make a difference there. Now we got the title screen to pop up.
Big fanfare.
Yep. I've heard that originally the pig army theme was supposed to be the main theme of the game rather than the love theme that it is, so that's probably why it plays here, because back when that was the main theme.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard that.
I think I've heard of like a version of the pig army theme remix for like Final Fight. I'll just see if I can find that somewhere.
So here we get another banger track, Fire. I believe it's the only time this plays.
Yeah, I believe so.
This game's gotten a phenomenal OST. One of my favorites on the Game Boy Advance. So yeah, Tasmili, our main village where we live, is on fire.
Well, not the forest by the village is on fire.
The forest, yeah.
These weird pigmen show up, throw a bomb in the middle of the forest, and it sets the whole thing on fire.
So I guess something we can talk about is that this game did never come out in English officially, but we are playing on the fantastic English translation by Tomato and their crew. Came out 15 years ago now. It was recently the 15th
I
anniversary, I believe.
2009.
Yeah.
And then here's going to be the start of what's a recurring gag in this game, the doorknob. Thomas here ends up ripping the doorknob off trying to get in. It goes off flying, and you'll find it in various places around the game. But in the run, we won't be seeing it until like the very end, but if you talk to NPCs, they'll mention it and stuff. And he's basically saying that forest is on fire, we need a tough guy like you to help us, Flint. Flint being the cowboy man.
Yep.
Now there's a weapon on the doghouse, but it's a bad weapon and we don't need it. But by the time we actually fight something, there's actually going to be a better weapon that's just sitting there, so I just skip it. Then this seems like it's pointless, but you have to talk to Maps in there, or else Thomas isn't going to let you go past that screen. He'll just say, "Hey, you need a map, even though I know where I'm going. Shut up, Thomas."
Yep, the only map we're going to be getting in the run.
Well, no, there's a couple more maps that they just hand to you, but
yeah, the only maps and map.
Yeah. And then here we need to put the player's name in. We're a little ahead of schedule, so I'm going to put my name in. And that pops up a couple of times in the ending, but in the Japanese version, there were actually two distinct versions of the input your name, one in Japanese and one in English. But the fan translation just changed it so they use the same name.
So we had our first enemy dodge there. Gearless had to run around a bat, trigger it to move, and then run around it. Very well done dodge there. That can be tricky to do.
Yeah, the other one, as long as you stay to the left there, you'll get around him. And then here I'm going to run through the fire a little bit, just because there's enemies in the paths that don't have fire, and it's only 1 HP, so it's not like I really need it that much for the next two fights coming up. I'll survive them with like 30-ish HP left, so it's not a big deal that I took damage there. Just trying to save time. Doesn't matter that I'm a couple HP down. So I need to go into the back lighter shack to go save his son. And coming up is the first real fight of the run. A fight against these 3 fireflies. And then the interesting thing about Flint is that he has 4 different abilities. 2 of them increases offense and defense. One is, it's like what are those moves called in Dragon Quest? The crit or miss skills. And the last one, which I'm using here, is one that hits every enemy, but you can't combo off of it.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna use that to hit all of them twice. It does have a chance to miss, so if that happens, I just attack them normally, whichever one survives.
No misses. So.
Yep.
And you're guaranteed a nut bread drop, which is about a 30 HP restorative healing item from this fight, which we will immediately use for the next fight. So there's 2 ways to do Flying Mouse the next fight. The way I imagine Gearless is going to do it is just attack.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
you can go for a critical.
Until the thing's dead.
You can go for a critical power smash, but pretty risky strategy.
Yeah, power smash, I believe it has a 30% chance to hit. And this thing doesn't really have enough HP that... It takes about 5 turns to kill, maybe 6 if you get some low damage rules, so it's not really worth it. You're not in any danger of dying. And here another example, one of the few times you actually have to run. You have to smash through that pillar there, or the support beam that fell off. You get the fuel, and then just gotta get out of the house before it collapses. Which is fine because it only collapses the instant you leave the house, so take all the time you want. It's waiting on you.
So you turn pitch black with the soot. A funny Easter egg is if you go to the hot spring, your bottom half will be cleared off, but you'll still have the soot covered head, which is pretty funny.
And here, there's no more fights before I get a free heal, so I'll run through all the fire I want. It's not going to make a difference. It can't actually kill you. It'll just leave you at 1 HP, so it's no danger at all at this point. Yeah, we saved Later's kid. It's just gonna be a couple cutscenes playing through, and you got a free heal during this, so... Well, like I said, it doesn't matter how much damage you took through the fire, you get a free heal. Take them to the end to do some first aid on them. And then here you actually, in this cutscene, you want to say no for the first thing, because otherwise he'll bring you through some more dialogue if you say yes.
Yeah, other minor time save, but in chapter 1 you want everything you can get.
Yeah. So he's saying that he was in the mountains and he heard some screams, and he knew that Hinawa and the kids were supposed to be coming through that way today, so he's concerned, especially since they haven't come home yet. I can not run into the dog.
Just giving him some pets.
And here's that scrolling text from before again. If you missed it the first time, here it is again.
Yeah, we have a question in chat. Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes in this one, but also there's 0 real glitches or skips. So basically, a fast ended playthrough leads to the time being really long. Something we haven't mentioned
like one
yet.
of the biggest glitches. Well, they patched it out of the most recent version of the fan translation patch, but in the original Japanese version, the biggest glitch is probably some items in a couple maps. Like a map that switches to another map, the items are linked up incorrectly, so you can get 2 of a certain item. And that's probably the biggest glitch in the Japanese version that we can actually use. Other than a New Game Plus glitch, but that's a whole different category because you need another file set up already to do that, and it's basically just cheesing through everything with the highest size spells. So the Hinawa and the kids still haven't come back, so Isaac gets the whole town to go look for them. And then we're also going to pick up Bony right now. You can say no, but then you've got to backtrack quite a ways to get him to join you anyway, because you need him for a cutscene coming up. So I might as well pick him up here rather than later, having to backtrack later. And then now it's just going back to the forest where we were. The rain put out the fire, so a new area of the forest has opened up, and that's where we're going to be heading. Quick cutscene here, and then we're on our way.
Introduction to Old Man Wess, who will be instrumental in Chapter 2, so keep him in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Another kind of tricky enemy dodge coming up here.
This is the same one as before, except now I've got a dog right behind me. And I'm going to be taking this fight just to get another level on Flint for the next fight.
Yeah. Also, after every fight, you do get a brief invulnerability period where you can't run through other enemies, so it gives us a free dodge for the other bat. So it's just worth it to take this fight.
Extremely difficult to dodge both bats, so we just take the first fight to get the experience. Because it's about as long as the average time to run away anyway, so might as well get something out of it. And I'm gonna pick up some beef jerky for later in here, and then a mini immunity charm, which I'm not going to equip, but I'm going to give that to Bony to sell in Chapter 4.
Yeah, something pretty cool about this game is that characters do keep their items between chapters. This game, I liken this to Final Fantasy IX for a more like comparison. A lot of characters enter and leave the party at different times, but they will keep their items in their inventory, so you can use that to creatively sell items for a money route.
You can't actually even sell anything until Chapter 4, so it's basically just
no money at all
on Bony for later, so we can sell it when we can actually start selling stuff. I'm going to save one.
Good call.
Yeah.
Saving in this game is really fast.
Yeah.
So
it's really the way my GameCube's been acting up recently. It's making me nervous, especially after going like 20 minutes without saving.
Yeah.
So I need to talk to, I think it's pronounced Yanel.
Yeah.
And then
I say Yanel.
And then he'll tell you about the Drago marks on the cliffside, and then you've got to run down, and Bony will smell something. And it turns out it's a scrap of cloth that's the same color as Hinawa's dress. Unfortunately, we have no way to get up there. But Wess here has an idea. He's going to send Bony to go get his son, who has a technique that can get us up this cliff.
Alright, I have an important request for chat. Please get your Frinkers in during the Bony cutscene.
I see Duster's a normal person. He's asleep at, I don't know, what's this? Probably like 10 p.m. in game. But don't worry, he's awake now. Now Duster's going to show off his wall staple technique, which is exactly what it sounds like. He has these giant staples and he just sticks them in the wall to make a ladder. And I might think sticking a bunch of metal into a side of a cliff isn't going to be that stable. You're wrong. It's actually enough to support an adult man and his dog. And then you don't actually have to talk to Duster here. You can just try to run off to the side, because you have to go check the cloth anyway. Save here.
Yeah, we got our first mini boss coming up, the Reconstructed Caribou.
It's not really that dangerous of a fight, but if I get very unlucky and Duster fails the wall staple the caribou a bunch, then I could be in trouble, so I just wanted to save to be safe. Because I think... I seem to think that it's put you... Maybe I'm just misremembering that it puts you back a ways, and maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've died to this fight.
Yeah. I just had something in my brain telling me save before this guy, and I'm not sure why exactly.
Can't hurt.
Yeah.
Alright, so for this fight, we're going to be, I believe, strengthening up with Flint.
Yep.
To raise his attack, throwing wall staples, and Bony will just be an attack bot for this fight.
He only does like 9 damage, but it helps a bit. His 9 damage adds up over all the turns that he attacks.
So, Reconstructed Caribou has a few things it can do. The thing you want is the intense burst of steam, because it's just a really fast text box and no attack. So wall staples will paralyze the Reconstructed Caribou for a turn or two, but you can only use it up to 3 times.
There's no limit to it.
Oh, really? I'm misremembering.
So.
Sorry. Another fight you could theoretically power smash on. But it's just way more consistent to regular
attacks.
attack.
Damage dealer here, so if he misses a bunch of those, you're probably in trouble.
A sad but fast thing is it's actually faster to have Bony dead at the end of this fight. He will get a level up, but when we get him back in Chapter 4, he's at a fixed level anyway. So it just skips the level up text. Not a huge deal.
Now, that is the one thing we hang on to. So like I said before, we're giving a bunch of stuff to Bony to sell in Chapter 4 when he rejoins.
When we get Duster back in Chapter 2, similarly, he will have another set of equipment. I believe it's the same set, but it'll just be reapplied to him.
I think they did that just in case you did something like this, because you weren't able to get him anything else for a while, so if you give away all his equipment here and they didn't give you a second copy of it, you'd be in a pretty tricky spot at the start of Chapter 2.
Game incredibly smartly designed. A lot of stuff like that.
That's something we can take advantage of, so we're gonna give all his stuff away and get it back. And good news is they found the kids. But there's going to be some bad news coming up real soon. So first you gotta talk to both the kids. And run back up, and then Bronson will show up, and he's got some good news and some bad news for me. Yeah, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is he found a Drago Fang. It'll make a really good knife. The bad news... well, it was in Hinawa's chest. Pierced through her heart.
Yeah, very sad scene here. Real gut punch.
And if you think Bronson was kind of a jerk for that, just keep in mind, these people have never experienced any kind of loss like that before. So when he said, "I don't know how to say this," he meant, "I really don't know how to say this. This is the first time anything like this has happened." And in that same vein, Flint really doesn't have an idea of how to act either, so he just kinda lashes out on everyone. Now we got a flashback to right before they all left to go to the mountains. That trip that we saw at the beginning of the game. Like it said in the letter, Flynn had to stay back to watch the sheep. Not sure if we saw the sheep. We might have been able to see them while we were running up the path by his house, but they're like in a pen north of the doghouse. We'll see them at the start of chapter 4 and where they aren't doing so hot, but you'll get a chance to see them. And we wake up the next morning.
Flint got thrown in jail, even though no one's ever been thrown in there before.
First person ever.
Makes you wonder why they even had one, but you know, just in case,
Yeah.
Gotta have your bases covered.
And then pretty soon we'll see why Flint's the only person they'll ever be able to throw into this jail. Claus shows up and he's got an apple that has a nail file in it. And I'm gonna use that to bust the lock. And even 3 years later, you'll see that they never bother to fix this lock and have to have a guy standing outside the door to keep people in there.
Keep this scene also in the back of your brain. It'll be on the Mother
As much
3
as he
test
says,
later.
if there's anything I can do for you, it would be nice if we could take him up on that offer in a little bit.
Or you take that banana.
No, I don't think the banana's worth it.
Okay.
Oh, not yet. He doesn't give you the knife until after the funeral.
Yeah, the bazaar has a set items and then one random item. The ancient banana was the random item. And despite what you might think, it is not a healing item, it is a minor attacking item.
It deals about 50 damage to anything you use it on. And I didn't pick it up because if the strat I'm using for the next boss fight isn't enough to finish it off, an attack or an ancient banana, it really doesn't matter which one I use. Either one would probably be enough.
Yeah, an attack does 30-ish, and the ancient banana does 50, but either way it'll finish off the boss.
Yeah. So Lucas says that Claus took Flint's knife and ran up to the mountains to kill the Drago to avenge Shinawa. And we really don't want him to try to throw his life away like that, so now we've got to head into the mountains to go save Claus. But first, we need a weapon that can pierce Drago's hide, which happens to be that fang that Bronson found last night, so that's where we're going. If you just go straight there, he'll stop you, but it's actually, oddly enough, it's faster to run here and talk to Bronson to get the knife than to actually get the cutscene that's on your way.
Yeah, I think it's a little faster to talk to him here, especially if you're checking for better stick, which is what Gearless just did.
Yeah.
Looked like a mistake when he ran into the mart, but it was actually, he was checking for an item. You can get a really good, for this part of the game, offensive weapon.
Yeah, the best weapon you can get this chapter.
Yeah, but pretty low chance to get it. Because we're doing Thunderbomb, or are you doing Thunderbombs?
No, I'm not doing Thunderbombs.
Oh, okay. It would have been really exciting to get it then. Yeah, there's two ways you can do the Mecha-Drago. You can farm some Thunder Bombs behind Wess's house, off to the right of Tasnoli. Not very lucky mouse spawns there.
Well,
or no, you're gonna fight this.
I also kind of intentionally ran into him.
Sorry, I forgot.
I intentionally ran into him so I could take this fight to get a quick level on Flint. Since I don't actually need that extra bomb, it gets me another level for the next fight, which gives me a bit more survivability.
Mm-hmm.
Now this one was a mistake. I didn't mean to run into that guy. Now let's just hope he doesn't poison me.
So our first accidental encounter of the run that we're going to be running away from. This game is a really nice mechanic where you always run away on the third try, or you will at least run away on the third try. You can get a first or second try, but the third try is guaranteed.
Yeah, and the HP scroll is slow enough that you can just kind of run away from everything and you're never in any danger of dying to anything. Like, that can hit you with full party attacks, just keep running away. You'll run away before they can actually kill off anyone.
Having Superius Bracelet without running into the crag is kind of scary, but did it expertly.
Yeah, you kind of want to use the present as like a barrier between you and the lizard.
Also, Spirits is saying in chat if you could raise game audio to -21 when you have a free moment. Yeah. So Alec joins the party. He's going to help point us in the direction of where we need to go. He also technically helps out in fights. He's one of the party members that is controlled by the AI. His most useful thing he can do is he can throw medical herbs, or medicinal herbs rather.
Yeah, but he'll only do that when you're at low HP, and he's only got 3 of them. So they're nice, but it's not like you can just forsake healing or for anything.
Yep. He can do attacks, but they only do 1 or 2 damage. so not
It's
super
more
useful.
useful against like the random enemies that we won't be fighting than against the boss. There was also Thomas and Fuel also had their own AI and did stuff in battles, but since we didn't get into any battles with either of them, it didn't get to show them off at all. But they've really got nothing really that special about them. Thomas does absolutely nothing. And Fuel can attack for like 1 damage or heal for like 10.
I didn't know Fuel could heal you. That's cute.
I think it's like Fuel cheered you on or something, and it heals for like a very small amount.
Oh, I didn't know this. You could get fresh milk from the cow. Wow. You're teaching me so
to
much.
heal any damage that I've taken, rather than spend the 5 seconds in the hot spring.
Here we get introduced to the Magypsies. They're going to be super important later in the story, so also keep them in the back of your brain.
Yeah,
Basically super creatures that have been living for thousands of years.
We won't be seeing them again for a while, but once they show up again, they will be very important. And there Ionia goes, introducing all of them. But you'll also be able to get to see them when they start talking, and you can see their name in the name box. Which is probably a better way to learn who's who than what Ionia introduced them as. And because they're long-lived creatures, they really don't care about human lives. Like, oh, they're only around 100 years, who cares? So that's why they didn't think to stop Claus from going off to try to fight the Drago. They're like, whatever. He might live another 70 years after this, but that's like nothing to us, so it's no big loss. That's kind of what they were thinking.
The cave up to the mountain, a very annoying part of the run. Alex stops you to talk constantly, and you have to recharge your run every time.
Yeah. Again, it's the same principle there. Try to use the gift box to block off the enemy. There's one of the bombs we'll be using.
So basically guaranteed to get into an encounter here.
Yeah.
You really only want to see 1 encounter, but sometimes you can get into 2 if you're unlucky. Their runaway is kind of not what you want to see, but
especially when they actually hit you both times. Kinda hope I've got him. Okay, he's not coming after me. Yeah, Alec is basically just telling you the way to get through the cave, which is nice on the first playthrough, but when I've played this game when you play this game as much as I have, it's just kind of annoying because I know where I'm going just as well as he does. Yeah, that was the first try run away. That's a lot better.
Yeah, that mole is dodgeable, but pretty difficult, so.
Yeah, I thought I still had my run up, but I must have lost it somewhere, so that kind of set me back, and that's why he was able to get to me. And now we're just picking up a bunch of beef jerky because we're going to need it for the next boss fight. Basically just picking up a whole bunch of things here that are going to help in the next fight, because at this next fight is Flint. Last time Flint's going to be in the party in the entire game, so anything I pick up here can only be used in this next fight.
Yeah, and very important to dodge these Titany, the green lizard-like enemies. They can put you to sleep, which is really bad, because you can't be running away when you're asleep.
Alec will actually shake you awake. I found that out recently.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it deals 1 damage. It's like when Facade does it in Chapter 3. And here, that save is because the strategy's not perfect, so... And if I lose this fight, I lose all the items I used, and then it becomes even more difficult if I've used too much. So I want to save here, that way in case I lose the fight, I can just reset and come back here and get all my items back. Because in this game, if you game over, it just sends you back to your last save point. The only downside is you lose half the money you have on you, which isn't actually a problem here because I don't have any money. And it also uses up any items that you used in that boss fight, which is what the problem would be here.
The first, I would say, like, run killer fight of the run coming up. Big run killer, actually. I'd say, like, in PB attempts, a lot of runs die here.
It's pretty easy if you got the thunder bombs, but those are slow. You've got to run back and forth through a couple of screens to refresh the thunder bombs.
Yeah, loses maybe a minute and a half, something like that. Maybe even more. Anyway, we're going into the fight. We're going to be toughening up and strengthening up to raise our stats.
Oh, there's... I swear, I have a harder time finding that thing in English than in Japanese.
And then you have to use the Drago Fang on this fight or else you won't be able to do any damage. So Mecha-Drago has a few attacks. Stomp with the giant foot. It will... Did it already lower your attack? I kind of...
No, it didn't. Not yet.
Okay. It will always lower your attack once. Or maybe not. Okay. It usually would have done it by this point. Yeah. So I believe we have to hit 5 power smashes?
3 power smashes. There's the...
3, okay. Yeah, there's the word guy. Kind of an awkward position because he does need to strengthen up again, but should be fine. Alec will probably throw us an herb here. Yeah.
And like I said before, this has a 30% chance of connecting.
Alec will save us here.
Yeah.
Yep.
It will also save you if you die. So you don't have to worry too much. I just hope he's got one more left, because I'm really going to need that.
Yep. That fire attack can actually burn you, and if it had, we would have died. Because it would have taken the time it takes to scroll.
Okay,
down.
There's 3.
There's
those
3.
are all kind of low rolls, so I'm a little concerned.
So now we're going to chuck our bombs we picked up at him. And then we're going to whack him until he is
dead. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Well done.
Yeah.
And then you have to have above, and I have it in the notes here, 37 HP, yeah, on you before the fight ends, or else you will die via scrolling HP from his final attack. So that was really well done. Not super great RNG, but played around it very well.
Yeah, I still had a couple more turkeys left, so even if it took a bit longer, I still probably could have won that. And I can see how Flint used the Drago Fang. He basically just kind of attached it to the stick that he had and uses it as a spear. Oh, we managed to stop the Drago. We were too late. Klaus got there first.
But yeah, not the happiest beginning, but surely things will turn around.
And after every chapter, the save frog asks you if you want to save.
Remember that scene with Flint and Duster? Here we get to see it from another perspective, or the perspective rather changes mid-scene, which is rather cool. Earlier we saw this kind of from Flint's perspective, but midway through the scene, we're gonna see Flint talk, which did not happen. Really cool thing here.
Yeah. No, it's historically inaccurate because Flint didn't just start running off the instant he said that. You remember, that's what I did. Now, like Lonely said, the perspective now switches to Duster, back from, remember, the thief from Chapter 1? And his father is sending him on a mission to Osohe Castle to find an important-looking item, all shiny, yeah. And we get the 7 mystical thief tools, the Hypno Pendulum, the Tickle Stick, Scary Mask, the Smoke Bomb, the Siren Beetle, the wall staples that we already had, and the 7th tool, the Thunder Bomb.
Yeah, these tools will range from extremely useful to not used at all throughout the run. So
yeah, sorry Siren Beetle fans, but he's not going to be seeing any use tonight.
Justice for Siren Beetle.
Don't worry about that guy, I'm sure he'll never show up again. So, Butch here is saying that an era of money is going to start, and he hides the money in the well. Just a secret between him and Duster. At those pig people again. Can't be running into them just yet.
Here we have a little run-in with zombies. If I had to critique this game for one thing, it's that the zombie idea feels a little half-baked. Like, ooh, there's zombies. You might think that's like a an actual plot point, but not really. They just exist.
Yeah, they're just kind of here, and
one of them looks like Ness from Earthbound. Which is probably just a cute little reference.
Another annoying thing about these zombies is that Thunderbound I picked up earlier. Well, the minimum damage roll is one less than the amount of HP the zombie ladies have, so there is a chance this fails to kill one or even both of them. But you didn't. The high damage roll is enough to kill the zombie man, but unfortunately we didn't get that either. So I've just got to bash it out with this last guy. Oh, I got a combo to save a turn. Nice.
Yeah, that's one of the rare instances where you can save a turn with a combo.
Oh, and I got the eclair from them.
Ooh, very nice. That's actually pretty rare. But it's going to save us a fight later, or running up the stairs. I was actually going to ask if we were going to fight for it or just go get one, but okay. But now we don't have to.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Coincidentally, this is where the game teaches you about combos.
Yeah.
Basically, if you tap A to the rhythm, or it's the beat, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, the beat of the music, you can do additional hits. It's usually not really worth it for the time because the hits do very little damage. The second hit is usually very fast, so generally what we'll do is we'll just kind of mash out and try and get a quick second hit, if we can. But if we don't get it, it's not a huge deal. A lot of people who are new to this game might think that combos are like a big deal for speedrunning, but
I
almost got by
through there, but fortunately not. And then I get all three of them. And then a third try run away. Well, the good news is at least I don't have to fight for the rod and eclair.
Yeah, that's really fortunate. Because it's a 50% drop from the ghost. So, and take a while.
Fun fact, you can get a funny game over if you hit that statue from the other side.
I got my friend with that one once. Hey, buddy, you should try running that statue from the right. So yeah, what we needed the eclair for was to get the rope snake. We trade an eclair for the rope snake. That is needed for progression. These arachnids, again, another enemy that you could technically dodge, but extremely inconsistent.
Yeah, the way the stairs work in this game makes that it extremely difficult to be able to dodge them.
That portrait dodge is consistent. You just run up the left side of the room, and he should never catch you. So now we're going to farm some rotten eclairs, which we are going to trade, or beef jerkies, which are going to be our healing for the rest of this chapter. This does take a little bit, but it makes it pretty much possible to do the fights at the level and equipment we're going to do them at.
I need 9, I'm at 6 right now.
I wasn't counting, sorry. And I decided to heal and throw away the shoes just for inventory space right now. Since the 9 eclairs that I'm going to turn into 9 beef jerkies takes up quite a bit of inventory space. We are going to be picking up better shoes anyway.
Yeah.
In just a little bit.
And then it's all 9. You gotta do these one at a time.
We pick up a bracelet. Wasn't sure if it was the bandana or bracelet there, but it's the bracelet.
Bandana was in the painting room.
Yep.
Then this ghost is telling me about a very strong suit of armor in here, but I don't really care because the thing I want to hear is right here. I can just say, yeah, forget you, and go on ahead.
Yeah, kind of a strange design decision that they don't make you fight the guy for the really good equipment, but we'll take it. Storage is a Sudor. It is.
I'm glad I just saved right there because.
Oh, did your GameCube crash?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I have a backup plan.
Well, that was an extremely convenient time for that to happen, actually.
In practice, it was only really happening when I had it sitting there for a while, so I thought I would be safe, but let's just hope it doesn't happen again.
An interesting thing I'll get to talk about now is dodging these rocking horses is actually 100% consistent with Duster, but when we have Wess with us later, because of the extra party size, it will not be consistent. In fact, I don't think you can dodge them at all, really. So, Mr. Passion, another famous boss in this game, we're going to make him cry. He's very susceptible to crying, and then we are going to try and debuff him, or, yeah, sleep him, sorry. And then try and debuff him. The sleeping strat is relatively new, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what I can remember. Unfortunately, the debuff items are not 100% consistent. They do fail often. It's the kind where if you're playing safe, you should be able to get past it every time. But it can be faster or slower depending on a few factors, like your debuffs working.
Yeah, it's been some pretty bad luck with this right now.
2, I believe.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, and then we just...
Yeah, you can only debuff 3 times with these items.
I can only debuff 3 times with anything in this game.
Oh, okay. We never use, or yeah, we do. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah, we...
I was gonna say we don't use the offense down spells, but we actually do. So. I'm a little rusty on my Mother 3 speedrun knowledge, you'll have to forgive me. Been about a year since I played. Getting pretty lucky with the misses.
Yeah. I'm going to heal when I get below 30 HP.
Yeah, that's the rule of thumb in this fight.
I'm close enough.
Yeah, that was probably the right call since that baton pass, or baton hit.
Alright. That went pretty well, except for all the missed debuffs early on.
Yeah.
Got lucky that he missed a lot. And then in this game, anything with a blue cushion is something you can heal on. So since that sofa has a blue cushion, you can just go there and get a full heal.
We also talked about that mouse data kindness stat raise. kindness is an unused stat in this game that is still referenced but not used. That's my understanding of it, at least. Pretty interesting.
I think it might have some use, like, every point of kindness gets you, like, 1 extra point of healing. I think that might be a thing, but...
Yeah.
It's very minor, not worth going out of your way for. So, the Gravekeeper just says that, yeah, I've got a key to the drawbridge, why don't you just use that rather than use my secret passage? So I don't have to go back through it that way again. I can just go straight out of here and back to the house. So I pick up the Thunder Bomb for the boss fight at the end of the chapter. And then head back inside and show Wess the urn that I picked up. But that wasn't what he wanted me to pick up. So we show him the pendant. And Wess decides that he's going to come along with us this time. We're going to be saving a lot more after that last incident.
Yeah, I definitely do not blame you.
Yeah. So right there, I don't really need to save before this boss fight, but this is more so in case the GameCube conks out on me again. I don't have to go back too far. So from now on, I'll probably be taking any convenient save frogs that I find. Because there is a boss fight coming up, but it's pretty easy and not one that you're really in any danger of losing.
Yeah, as long as you play relatively safe. That's the thing about this game, is you can play boss fights like really risky, but generally not really in your favor too.
Yeah, this guy, while he's not as susceptible to crying as Mr. Passion, he's still fairly weak to it. As I say that, and he doesn't actually start crying. There we go.
So Wess is another AI party member. He's actually pretty strong. He can attack, throw thunder bombs, and do a secret martial arts move, which is extremely strong. It does about 100 damage. So that's what we want to see. But again, controlled by the AI, very random. He can also throw a sock, which paralyzes enemies, but because we have him crying, he will not be paralyzed, I believe, is how it works.
I think this guy's immune to it. I think the
Okay.
only bossy fight that isn't immune to it is the Oso Snake. Yeah, now that we've lowered his defense once and lowered his offense the whole way, we just bash this out and then heal if we need to. Thunder Bomb's not really worth it against this guy. He's
Yeah,
got some
actually.
resistance to thunder, so
He's ground type.
yeah. But yeah, he'll miss a lot once you get him to start crying, and then from there the fight's pretty easy.
That was a very unfortunate placement.
Yeah, he was like kind of in the middle, so I was hoping when I saw him move down, I'm hoping maybe I can get around him up top, and it didn't work.
Yeah, so enemies in this game are pseudo-random. They will, okay, well, technically everything's pseudo-random, but, you know what I mean. They will always, so there will always be a pig mask there, for example, but where he spawns in his little range is a random.
Are you serious? I can't. Wes just keeps lagging behind and getting me into these fights.
Yeah, so anhaving Wess with you increases the size of your party.
Here, how I can't get by this guy anymore,
Yeah.
and apparently I got back attacked. These guys have a chance to, yeah, as you can see, they can hit each other.
Yeah, these guys are strong, actually, so you generally want to, get a quick run away.
And here, if you run into that suit of armor, you can pretty much, you'll always get by that barrel man there.
Yeah, cool little setup.
And take the heal from all the damage I took in the last boss fight.
A very famous part of the game coming up.
Gonna take the frog here. Now we're going to meet the next party member, Kumatora. She is the first Psy user that joins the party. And she starts with PK Freeze already, and PK Fire. Not that we really use PK Fire all that much.
If you haven't played this game, PK Fire will attack every enemy in a row, while PK Freeze is a single target move, but is much stronger. So for speedrun purposes, we generally want to go with PK Freeze, except for enemies that are weak to fire or resistant to freeze.
Yeah.
But PSI is extremely strong in this game, for the most part.
You'll see that the boss coming up actually resists freeze, and Kumatora is still doing just as much damage as Duster does with his normal attacks. And then
Here
here's
we
the
get the
game
word on the
explaining
wind.
how Psy works.
Yeah. And now our party's even bigger, so we are more susceptible to getting into encounters.
And you can see PK Fire right here.
Yeah, Burn is kind of unlucky.
Yeah, I saw as soon as I decided to swing there that I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm going to get into that fight.
And now, are you going to fight these barrels?
Yeah.
This barrel? Okay, yeah. Generally faster to just, ooh, nice, especially if West the Thunder Bomb and ends in one turn. On average, probably faster to fight the barrel, and you have a chance of getting a nut bread. So, or is it guaranteed? I don't remember.
I don't think it's guaranteed, but it's a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
And gelatin.
Yep. Magic items are PP restorative, and we're going to be saving most of them for the end game when we're using extremely high value PSI attacks.
That's a nut bread to heal both of them, which is good because they both got hit by fire.
So, extremely not a hard but scary thing here. These brooms will take you back considerable ways.
All the way back to that. Do you see the trash can in that last room I saved in? That's where it takes you. So, the room right before where we met Kumatora.
Several minute time loss if you were to get caught.
Here we want one nut bread on you, one nut bread on you. Jerkies. The duster and the duster. Yeah.
So this next fight, one of my least favorite in the run because it's got an extremely long cutscene before it.
Yeah. Really
and if either party member dies, it's an instant reset, pretty much. Or you can technically finish if Duster dies, but extremely unlikely.
Yeah, Kumatora absolutely needs the experience from this fight for her next boss fight. So she has to live no matter what.
Yeah, if she doesn't get the experience, she won't get PK Thunder, which is instrumental for the next boss fight she'll be in.
Duster dying is more like you probably don't have the resources to win this fight, but if you're close enough to killing the snake, you can still win it if he dies. Like if Kumatora can last long enough to just finish him off, then you can win even if Duster's dead. Kumatora is a little rash and walks right into one of the traps. Luckily, there's water here. Unluckily, there's a creature that lives in the water and it wants to kill us.
So this is the chapter boss, the Osohe snake. Gonna be opening, like every other boss in this chapter, with a smoke bomb. Try and make it cry.
Yeah.
I don't think we explicitly said it, but crying reduces the accuracy by a significant amount, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, and all of its moves except like its special desperation move are physical, so if it cries, it's got a chance to miss everything, almost everything that it does.
And then we're gonna do, I believe, 3 scary masks and 1 tickle stick.
Nah, I'm not gonna bother with the scary mask. It's not really worth it.
Okay. Yeah, do your own thing. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Especially now when I've got so many extra jerkies because the other fights went well. Like a lot of that stuff I picked up that Kumatora had was supposed to go on Duster, but I had so many jerkies left over that it actually went to her because Duster had no space left.
Wess is being pretty cooperative right now.
Yeah.
probably pretty soon here he will,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, dive into the water and do his desperation attack. Well-timed beef jerky to heal Kumatora. And now that he is in the water, I believe, yeah.
I like to heal when they get to around 50 HP because that's about as much as he does with his water attack.
So if we got really lucky, we would freeze him while he's underwater.
Yeah, this would be a free... No, unfortunately not.
Yeah. Because he can't do any attacks while he's under the water. Any meaningful attacks, rather.
There we go.
Well done. That's a really bad boss to die to, so...
Yeah.
Really good that we got that first try.
So we'll find that Kumatora and Wess are fine, but Duster and the egg are nowhere to be found.
Coming up is the only time in the game you'll have direct control over Kumatora in the overworld.
The only time she's the party leader and there's no fights.
Yeah, sadly. We do pick up a Thunder Bomb for the next chapter.
Yeah, she's gonna be handing that off to the other party member in chapter 3 because she doesn't need it because she can do a lot more damage with PK Thunder. And remember the money from earlier? Well, it's gone. And because Duster's the only other person who knew about it, Butch thinks Duster stole it. And he is a thief, after all. We'll find out more about this in the next chapter.
So chapter 3, everyone's favorite chapter. You're going to be playing as Salsa the monkey. Salsa is unique because, Salsa is unique because he is extremely weak. Starts off at level 1 and has extremely low stats.
And he has no equipable weapons at all.
Yes. The first fight we're going to be doing is really bad. extremely inconsistent fight. There's a few different ways to tackle it. We're actually going to be taking an intentional encounter with a or like an optional enemy to get to level 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The enemy that gets you to level 3 also drops a pretty good defensive item. So it's pretty much a no-brainer to take this fight. I don't even know what the best way to fight that boss without it would be, other than to pray that Facade throws a bomb on turn 1.
Yeah, which is pretty unlikely.
So we're playing as the monkey here. His girlfriend's being held hostage, and so he can force him to help out this peddler to try to sell boxes that are going to corrupt the townsfolk. Here you have to pay attention to what direction he points.
It is the same every time,
Yeah.
fortunately. If you haven't memorized, you can kind of zone out.
Yeah.
So the desert is actually a pretty cool area. There's a quest where you can collect dung for a dung beetle, but we're not going to be doing any of that. Not really worth the reward.
It just gets you a small amount of experience. So I think there's a small chance of getting a large amount of experience. But again, not worth it.
Yeah, just way more consistent to fight the antlion.
Especially since there's an item that one-shots the antlion right outside of where the antlion is.
Yeah, the bug spray will
that's
deal
the thing
a
that
lot.
really makes it extremely easy.
Yeah, bug spray will deal a lot of damage to any bug type enemy.
So now I'm just going around grabbing stuff to help me beat the boss at the end of this area.
There is an optional strategy where you can fight one of these sand lizards for level 4, but not really worth it if you know what you're doing.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, dodging the Sahara is, again, pretty inconsistent because of its erratic movement.
Now there is a chance this thing outspeeds me, but it's not that great. So this fight's... You should win this like 95% of the time.
And you get a save frog from it.
Yeah. Which I'd be taking even if my GameCube was in perfect condition. Because this fight, you can die, and there's a good chance you probably will die. I'm gonna take the sand lizard fight just to get a little bit more just to have a little bit more HP for the fight.
Yeah, for a marathon, probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Ooh, the 2 HP kill. Nice.
I just wanted to fight the antlion first, so then Salsa would outspeed that thing. So I wouldn't take any damage there.
Yeah, very smart. I would not have thought of that.
And then here we're going to equip the stuff that we picked up. And fight the wolf. So we're gonna throw one of the bombs. If he's gonna do that, then I'll just throw another bomb. And then since we do 1 damage, it's just best to sit back and let Facade handle this.
Yeah, Facade could throw a bomb, which would like instantly end the fight, but pretty unlikely to happen.
Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Bum rushing the enemy. Which is probably what made that take so long. And yeah, Facade also has a way to waste his turn. He does stuff like hide in Salsa's shadow, or I can't even remember what the other stuff he does is, but it's just generic turn waster stuff. And he can also throw. He can attack and bum rush, which is basically a stronger attack. And then he can throw a bomb, but he almost never does that. I need the jerky after all the... I had to use both of them to survive the last fight. And then the banana's gonna help out against the next... Let's call this next one a mini boss fight, because they're not really a real boss, let's be honest.
Yeah, definitely. You have to get very unlucky to lose this, really. But it is a marathon, so...
Yeah. Really bad luck in that fight is the last one that lives manages to split off and create a new one, rather than you're going to lose this fight. Just loses you time rather than any chance of actually losing the fight. Like, I didn't even bother to equip the bandana, that's how simple this fight is. You throw a bomb, they attack, Facade kills one of them.
The use of fluids is not great just because the animation's so long.
And then you throw a banana at the other one. And hopefully Facade outspeeds this last one. Yes. And that's the fight.
So it can go wrong if the Goigu outspeeds Facade, because he will split, creating another one. And it just all goes downhill from there.
Yeah,
it's winnable, but very slow.
The split has a... I'm not exactly sure what the chances are between succeed and fail, but it's... Even if he does split, it's not a 100% guarantee that he's going to bring in a friend. So it could fail, and then you just defend and let Facade win it on the next turn. Hey, it's Duster! I'll remember this cutscene from early in Chapter 2. Hey, I got some money. And I don't know what it is, but I want it. Oh, and looks like Facade saw it. And he's just gonna give the innkeeper this big bag of money for a room that's free. Right now, they really don't have any concept of money in their society, and Facade here is trying to introduce money to them. And he's also gonna go around town to stir up some chaos. He stole the money! And from the way he's acting, he's got bags of the stuff, so this is more just to sow chaos in the village than the fact that he actually needs the money. I can remember the cutscene from the end of chapter 2. Prasad here is the whole reason for that. Coming up is a bit of an interactive cutscene.
Yeah, boxes. We love boxes. I was talking about the dance, but yeah.
I had to...
They could both be considered interactive cutscenes, technically.
I had to press buttons in the middle of this to have Salsa dance the right way. Well,
again,
gives a
it's the
sales
same
pitch.
every time. Yeah.
You want these happiness boxes? Look how happy my monkey is. And we got a couple people who are interested, so I gotta talk to them. So basically put themselves in for a reservation for the happiness box. And now I gotta go deliver the boxes to them. And ignore what he says about 23 minutes. You'll find that if it takes longer than 23 minutes, or if you get here in under 22 minutes, ignore that. That doesn't go by real time at all, as you'll see soon enough. That's more like these next couple of minutes take like a little over 22 minutes in the story time. And the annoying thing about the happiness boxes is that you can't run while you've got them.
Yep. Nice little walkathon.
Yep. it's a little annoying in the forest because there's some enemies that move rather erratically that you might run into. But I don't want to say strong, but you're not weak enough at this point that you're in no danger of dying to them. You can't really fight them, but you can get away from them before you die, so you're pretty much good. It's that mouse is who I was talking about. So that's really this is the only dangerous one because of that mouse. The rest of them you're still in town, so it's really just a long walk over to where you need to go. And those zombies and everything that were here, they don't show up during the day, so we're good. That's not like I have to dodge zombies or gravestones or whatever. And I order this so that I go to Abbott's house last, because if you don't go there last, then one of the boxes will disappear because Abbott and Abby are married, so they only needed one box. But the problem is the box that disappears is the one closer to you, and you have to walk even further away. It's only like a couple seconds, but it's a couple second time loss you can avoid if you just go to Abbott and Abby last, so that's why I picked the order that I do. It really doesn't matter if you go to Biff first or if you go to Isaac first. I just like to get the forest out of the way first because of the mouse. I don't want to talk to you. That's probably why I should be holding B on my turbo controller. Because in this game, A, L, and B all advance text. And L and A both count as confirmation, and B is, what would that be called? A disconfirmation?
Negation.
Yeah,
negation, maybe.
Negation. Yeah. So if you hold B, it just changes it to no. It doesn't actually input the no. You just have to press A to choose no.
We also picked up a thunder bomb from behind the house for the boss of this chapter. There's actually only one fight, well, hopefully one fight left in this chapter.
Like I said before, Salsa does not get a single weapon the entire game. Even by the end of the game, there's not a single weapon that he can equip. So if we want Salsa to actually be able to help out in a fight, he's got to pick up items to either basically just chuck him to heal or to chuck him to do damage. Why am I going down this way?
Oh, sorry, I should have pointed it out.
Yeah. I totally missed him, and now that I've delivered the box, I can go back down to the hotel. Yeah, as you can see, he said it's been 25 minutes, and if you've been paying attention to the timer, you can see it's not been anywhere close to that. So yeah, it's 25 minutes by the game's story logic, not by real time. So it's actually impossible to beat the 22 minutes that Facade gives you. He says it's been 25 minutes no matter what. And now we're going to find out that these pigmen can actually talk. Actually, I'm not sure. This might not be the first cutscene where they talk. Yeah, I think it's the one where you're coming out, maybe. One of these, they eventually start talking. So here what you're supposed to do is go to the point where you need to use the rope snake to swing on the chandelier, but you can just try to leave and it'll trigger the same cutscene. And it basically called Facade to say, hey, the characters from last chapter are in the basement. And here the pink guys run away from you, so I have to take this a little slow because they don't like running down right away, but and I need to check everything on the walls to get all 3 parts of the dance before this will actually work. Otherwise, he'll just do the same dance that he was doing before. But now this gives him a variation of the dance that Wess did back in Chapter 2. It's a shorter version of it, but it opens the door all the same.
We love the monkey dance. So I went up the right side of that room there because there's this ghost save frog on the left side that would have blocked his way and made it like a half-second longer walk.
Yeah. Hopefully he's down far enough that I can just sneak by him. I want to pick up that treasure, but on the way out all the enemies disappear, so I'm going to trigger this cutscene first, make everything disappear, and then pick up the presents that I want in this room. So yeah, story-wise, that was right after the last boss fight of Chapter 2, the snake. So, but yeah, basically, Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 take place around the same time. Or basically
Yeah, the overlapping...
Yeah.
Yeah, the overlapping chapter system in this game is really creative. I like it a lot. Where you see things from different characters' perspectives. I don't really know of another game that does something like this. Wow, that was kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know how I couldn't sneak through there. And now here's where the pigmen start talking.
Mm-hmm.
And we gotta head back to the hotel, and while we're here, we're going to run into the middle, basically where we picked off at the end of Chapter 2. Pick up where we left off at the end of Chapter 2, is what I meant to say. Like, oh no, I can't believe someone stole your money! Really just trying to sow chaos to sell more well, not sell more happiness boxes, but convince the villagers to get happiness boxes. Don't worry, we're actually almost free from this jerk. There's some people out the window, and it's our old friends Kumatora and Wess. And they're going to free me from that mean old man. They can't get the collar off, so they just stole the remote.
Yeah, a bit of unfortunate slapstick for Salsa.
Yeah. So he's free, but he wants to stick with Kumatora and Wess. Someone needs to do that in this marathon when they start. 1, 2, 3, and then the host starts the timer. Is when we start. So Kumatora picked up some stuff from the last chapter, and we're going to give it all to Salsa. Well, as much as he can carry, and then pick up all that stuff we picked up.
So, some tricky dodges here. There's some sentry robots. Because we have 3 guys, it can be a little annoying.
Yeah, and
Also,
they're basically like the mice that were there in chapter 1.
That pig mask was in a really good spot. Made the dodge
Yeah.
really simple. Nice.
They were nice
So now we're going to
today.
go and do the pork tank fight. This is another one that can be pretty obnoxious. Kumatora is going to be our main damage dealer here with PK Thunder. Salsa's going to be throwing items. If Salsa dies, it kind of sucks, but not a huge deal.
It really depends on how far into the fight you are.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're deep enough into the fight that Kumatora can survive on her own, it's no big deal. In fact, it's probably better because then you don't have to sit through Salsa's level up.
Yeah, if he dies right at the end, it's nice. For that reason. Wess is
PK
also with
Thunder
us.
has a 30% hit, or has a 70% hit rate, 30% miss rate. So basically, in Pokemon terms, it is literally Thunder.
I never thought about that. Ooh, nice miss.
Yeah. So the Thunder hit rate, it's good enough. I mean, it's annoying when it misses, but it's good enough to be mostly reliable. Which is good because other than Wess randomly throwing out a bomb or a thief move, PK Thunder's your best source of damage in this fight. Okay, we basically won at this point.
Yeah, can't really lose from here. He can throw cannonballs, but they're pretty weak.
Yeah.
The cannon is jammed.
Kumatora's at enough HP that she'll be fine.
Yeah,
Salsa
Salsa might die, which would actually be good.
Yeah.
If he throws one more, maybe.
Yeah. Salsa actually does more than 1 damage here, but it's still so low that it's not even worth the time it takes to actually just attack.
Sure.
And then Kumatora, despite being the same archetype as Anna and Paula, actually has a decent attack stat, so she can actually deal a decent amount of damage here with the low defense the Port Tank has in this phase. The only issue is if that exhaust attack hit earlier and made her start crying. And honestly, she hit so many thunders that she was low enough that it was low enough that I would have just tried to hit through it anyway.
Yeah, that was really fortunate luck with the thunders.
Yeah.
So we're cornered and things look pretty bleak, but Lucas comes and saves us because he befriended the Dragos.
This is the one they didn't turn into a robot. And you can believe he's mad about what they did too.
An awesome cutscene.
And this is kind of like another passing the torch moment. Like, as you can see here, I have control of whether to say yes or no as Lucas there, so I think technically I'm controlling Lucas right now.
Yeah, I never really thought about it, but you're right.
And then you'll see Salsa run off, so another hint that you're actually Lucas right now. That's the end of chapter 3. And I've read that a lot of people messaged Tomato about how it says brilliant young son there. They thought he typoed there and it was supposed to be S-O-N, but no, it's intended to be like that.
The game can start. Chapter 4 is really where things pick up a lot because we get introduced to Money and start playing as the real main character of this game, Lucas, who is going to be our playable character for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's like a couple small sections where you control someone else, but it's just like a small area you can run around, really, and no fights.
So, 3 years later, society has progressed a lot in terms of technology. Things are looking really different.
Oh, and look, Sad's become an important member of the town. Lucas's house looks the same as it always did. There's the sheep that I was talking about earlier, and you want to ignore Bony there because if you ignore him, he'll join at level 10. If you talk to him, he'll join at level 8. Well, the most recent version of the fan translation patch fixed that, so he's level 10 regardless, but...
Oh, yeah, you're right. I actually forgot about that.
And then the frog says, hey, talk to me. And for the longest time I thought that was like a, oh, you have to do this kind of thing, and he just keeping annoying you about it until you did it. But nope, he'll just tell you once, and then you can just go ahead with your day. And then I'm gonna sell all the stuff that Bony had. Buy 3 eggs for Lucas. The eggs will eventually hatch into chicks, which will turn into chickens, which I can sell for a lot of money. Basically turn a huge profit on that.
Yeah, relatively new routing decision to buy those eggs and turn a profit on them. This game was pretty stagnant for a long time until maybe 2 years ago when me, a runner named Mermilio, and a Japanese runner named Nanya all picked it up at the same time and decided to work on some routing stuff. And that egg thing is one of them.
As you can see, Lucas didn't get a happiness box like everyone else. They also tore down Wes's house and turned it into an old folks' home. Which already looks run down despite being less than 3 years old. So we're telling Wes that there's a guy that the bassist in the band that plays at the club looks like Duster, so Wes is asking us to go investigate and to send that dove back to him if it turns out that it is Duster. Unfortunately, Wes is too high profile to be able to come along with us, so it's just gotta be Lucas and Bony for this.
Worth noting that we could go fight a black beanling enemy in the forest now, and we will be doing that way later. And there were routes that fought the black beanling as early as this, but it's pretty inconsistent to fight it this early with what we have. The black beanling is a metal slime type enemy that will give us a ton of XP. It also, unfortunately, appears very rarely, so it was kind of good to have it early because we could get it out of the way. But just the way the route worked out, it's better to do it later.
Yeah, unlike most enemies in the game, it's got a chance to run away, and we really don't have any great ways of dealing damage right now. It's basically whatever bombs we can pick up.
Yeah, we had basically just enough bombs to kill one of them. And it did make fights in this chapter extremely fast, but just wasn't really worth it in the end.
Not about that guy. I usually run downwards, but the reroute actually added in an item pickup up here. Get that red roll. Here, this is a bunch of annoying slither hens that... They're another enemy that moves erratically, so you just kind of run through and pray that they don't come at you.
First try runaway is really nice there.
Yeah. So this is where Lucas gains the ability to use Psi. And he's going to learn Life Up. Was it? It's not healing. Is it Life Up, Healing, and Love?
I think so, yeah. Could be wrong.
Oh yeah, Life Up, Healing,
yeah.
Love.
Love is this game's PK Rockin', if you're more familiar with Earthbound. The thing named after your favorite thing. Really powerful, multi-hit PSI move.
They buffed it since Earthbound, since compared to Earthbound, it can't miss like Rockin' occasionally can.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize.
Yeah, and it uses up a lot less PP. And the higher levels do more damage than the equivalent levels of Rockin'. I didn't think I gave myself enough room there. And then I've got a question. What's the best way to not get hit by a train?
I wonder.
Stay off of the tracks.
Yeah, so in that room, if you are on the train tracks, you will trigger a train cutscene that takes a while. You have to jump out of the way, or not, and you will have to redo the entire tunnel in that case.
But if you're not on the tracks, the train can't hit you. Here's the second place where it asks for the player's name. So here you have to do some part-time work, which is find 3 Claymen and push them all the way back to the start of the mines, where you'll put them up an elevator where you can recharge them.
Yeah, it's pretty slow and monotonous because you have to walk them, not run them through the mines.
Basically, gotta push them, and you can't push them while running.
I actually had, I think it was the PB before my current PB, lost like a minute here because I had one of them go up against the wall and I couldn't push it. And I had to wait for them to walk. It was right here.
Yeah, like that guy got in your way.
Yeah.
And you gotta sit through the cutscene of it going up the elevator. And push it through that door.
I do this 3 times. Thankfully, you only have to watch this cutscene the first time. So that speeds it up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a heal here because I need to heal. I took some damage in the train cave, so I need to heal here, and then I need to use life up on Bony. Just to be safe in the grinding fights.
So you're gonna fight Dogfish for grinding, correct?
Yes.
Or okay, cool. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
See, now Lou says we'll just handle it from here, so you don't have to watch them get recharged anymore. And it's easy to remember which one is which because there's one in every room. So it's the third room, then the first room, then the second room. And it's always those 3. It's not like it differs based on the playthrough.
If it did, that would be really bad for us.
Yeah. I can't imagine how bad it would be if you got 3 third room ones. And you can hear the chick chirping in the background. That lets me know that the eggs have hatched. Job's done.
So this allows us to progress by getting us the ticket, but it also gets us 200 dragon points, which is this game's money, DP, which is actually going to be helpful for the route. Our money is that tight at this point.
And I'm going to give everything to Bony except for the chickens. Shot it. The reason I couldn't just life up both of them, is because I need the PP for 4 Rockins, and I only have enough PP to life up one of them and still have enough for 4 Rockins. Or, not Rockins, Loves.
So yeah, we will be grinding off of these Dogfish. We have to fight 2 of them. Dogfish are really good because you can get a guaranteed back attack. And this is another instance of the scrolling HP saving us.
Yeah. I was in no danger there.
They can bite with venomous fangs, which is not great, because you have to heal it off with a Psy healing.
Freeze is probably one of the least bad things they can do, to be honest, even though it does so much damage.
I agree.
Yeah, though you still have to worry about whether or not they solidify Lucas or not.
Forgot about that, but yeah, you're right. So now we're
at
level
freeze
12.
Bony, it's fine. Since you get the back attack, he doesn't have to do anything when they can actually attack, so he's fine. And here we're just picking up some more items to sell. Hopefully avoiding all the enemies here.
Can't tell you how many times I've run into that pig flower just immediately after the screen transition.
And the thing is, you really don't want anyone to die here, because if a character dies, that means you can't run anymore on the overworld.
Yeah, something we've neglected to mention until now.
Yeah, it hasn't really come up yet, because there's never really been a chance. This is like the first chance where an actual party member can die, and it's not like during a boss fight or something, it's just like during regular gameplay. And we're gonna withdraw the money that we got for killing the dogfishes. And we're still got some more things to sell to get more money so we can afford everything that we need in here. And also, Bony's going to leave the party for a little bit and get replaced with this dog-like dude. Don't worry, he's got all the same stats and everything. It's fine. You know, like in Fire Emblem, where Nils and Ninian keep trading stats between each other, it's the same thing.
So they dress Bony up as a human, and these guys fall for it, which we'll take.
You have to talk to Kumatora, or else she'll force you to talk to her before you go into the concert hall. And then here you gotta talk to everyone once to advance the plot.
Minor optimization is you can talk to these guys from behind.
Yeah. Then once you talk to everyone, Bony will ask you if you want to sit down. And remember Thomas from chapter 1? He's gonna buy us some soda.
Big City Cola, I believe.
Yeah. And I'd say it's a good thing he doesn't rejoin us here, because he'd be nothing but trouble. With having another guy chasing after you who does nothing, and
Yes.
and then in the next fight, you're gonna be like, come on, I gotta get through this text to get to heal.
Yeah, the next fight is one of the scariest in the whole run.
I say the scariest.
The scariest, yeah.
Yeah.
You can also see a familiar looking bassist on screen.
What are you talking about? He looks like a guy I've seen before, but that guy didn't have that afro, so it's gotta be a completely different guy. And here I'm going to pick up a free DCMC pamphlet. It's junk, but it's junk that's worth a decent amount of money. So I'm gonna go here and immediately sell it along with everything else he has. I was hoping he'd hit the... I must have been a little too fast there. I'll just have to sell the chick.
Yeah, it should be fine. Usually I only buy 2 anyway. We're gonna stock up on doggy biscuits. Later we're gonna be able to trade these for a really good offensive item.
Unfortunately, I don't have space to hold on to that chicken for any longer. Because it can't be that long from growing up.
gravity made you look. Item that, for our purposes, is junk. Just change it, switches, makes an enemy face backwards. We're going to be selling it for money. And as well as a saltwater gun, which is an offensive weapon that deals a lot of damage to mechanical enemies.
We're going to be selling that specific one, but we're going to be using it a lot later.
Okay. Wasn't sure if that one was sold or not.
One was just because it's been a while and I was starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah, good call.
This is like the coffee break in Earthbound. That's more like a shower break, I guess.
Alright, so the next dungeon, the basement of the club,
Attic.
is attic. Sorry,
Yeah. Other direction.
Other direction, yeah. Kind of a scary one. We can get into encounters with the spiders, poisonous spiders that can poison us. Thankfully, there's a heal right before the boss. First, we're going to do some shopping. A pencil rocket, which is a really good offensive item that we're going to be using a lot throughout the run, as well as a sprinting bomb. The pencil rocket will be used on the upcoming boss fight. Yeah.
And then I run right into the mouse. Okay.
These mice can steal your items. It's pretty rare, but they can steal Can they steal the pencil rocket?
I think they can steal anything, but I think it's like a...
Yeah, pretty rare. So
I think it's the one in however many items chance you have, any unequipped item, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the mice that really were making me nervous. The bat was fine. I just didn't think I could get by the bat, so that's why I tried to reset the room to hopefully get a better chance to get out of there, and then I run into them anyway.
Alright, Jealous Space, really scary fight. You can actually just get wiped on this first turn, and there's nothing you can do about it.
If they got high damage rolls, you could be in deep trouble.
39's really good.
Lucas pretty much basically heals all the way. As long as he's not dying, it's fine.
The biscuits will recover 60 to Bony, but basically nothing to Lucas. So the Jealous Space has a few different things he can do. What we really don't want to see is being put to sleep. If you get double slept, you're in deep trouble. What we really want to see is the solo attack. He has the AoE jam session, which is what he's doing right now. This is relatively fine. It's better than being put to sleep.
Okay, good.
Nice miss. Yeah. So we're going to use all our PP to use PK logs. And then he should be really close. is good, and then we're just gonna attack
At
him.
that point,
So,
I was pretty sure that he couldn't kill me faster than I could kill him.
yeah,
I just
another
went for it.
example of taking advantage of swelling increase. So that's really good that we got past that
Yeah.
first try.
That was a very
Huge
good
sigh of
fight.
relief. Yeah.
Yeah.
No sleep. Exactly what you want to see.
I'm a little further to the left than I would have liked, because now Lucas is going to have to take a bit longer to walk over to OJ. So basically, after we lost Duster in Chapter 2, he woke up with no memory, and he was clutching the egg from the end of Chapter 2. So he hid it somewhere, and then the DCMC band took him in. And that's where he's been the last 3 years. So to decide what happens, we're going to play a game called Stone Sheet Flippers. And that game is basically the public domain version of Rock, Paper, Scissors. You can get through here.
This is also fixed. The results will be the same every
It's like
time.
a logic puzzle to figure out what you need which moves you're supposed to play. But if you memorized it, you can just go up to them and just play the right move. And 1.3, they changed that voice clip so it uses a clip that they got from Lucas's voice actor in the Smash series.
Not much. Yeah, 1.3 is pretty new, like within the past 5 years. Release of the fan translation that fixes some bugs. It actually, for speedrun purposes, it's really good because it reduces lag on the overworld.
Yeah, in the old versions, like back when you'd accept at the very beginning of the game when you'd accept all your character names and everything, it would like the audio would get all corrupted for a few seconds, but 1.3 fixed that bug.
Basically the definitive version of English speedrunning. And casual play for that matter.
And now we get both Duster and Kumatora. Unfortunately, this is the end of the chapter, so we don't get to actually use them until Chapter 5. But they'll both be very useful in the upcoming chapter. Unfortunately, we aren't getting Afro Duster for the rest of the game. And pretty soon you're going to get to see the disadvantage of having 4 party members.
Yeah, this is another encounter that's technically avoidable, but extremely inconsistent.
As you can see, because I got 4 party members, that they ended up catching me on the later party members, and now I gotta fight these guys. Luckily, the turtles don't move very much, so really
Actually,
don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, because you can get a guaranteed back attack on the turtles. Oh, something we haven't mentioned yet is if you get a back attack, you will always run away on the first try.
Yes.
But it can be a strategy to get a guaranteed back attack on the turtles and then run away and use your invulnerability frames to run through other enemies. Should be a little maze here with all these holes, but if you just know which one to go into, it's always the same.
Yeah. And I try to like use the hole to make sure that the enemy can't get me. I don't know why I always try to avoid that hole, because the cutscene starts before you even have a chance of running into it. You can see that I just swerved out of the way to try to avoid it, even though there was no chance I was ever going to fall in that hole. So we found the Claymen with the egg, but a random lightning strike ended up hitting it, and it's alive again, and now we gotta chase this thing down. And this is the Thunder Tower that the chapter's named after. I was trying to get the back attack on the turtle there, but then it turned at the last second.
So secret herbs will Pretty good item. I believe we're going to use this one for selling,
Yes.
but they can restore a party member from the dead, though not 100% consistent.
No, in this game
Oh, they
will.
are?
They
Okay,
will, but
sorry,
it only restores them to
misremembering.
like 25% HP or something.
Right. Just remembering. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Earthbound where it's not a 100% chance. Here it is. It's basically just teal and gamma in item form. I'm gonna get the extra one here just for some marathon safety.
Definitely the good call. I think I get this one during my PB attempts even.
Take the heal here. This fight is free, but again, I don't trust my GameCube enough to go that long without saving.
We got the Fierce Pork Trooper fight coming up. The Fierce Pork Trooper is extremely susceptible. In fact, he will always be stunned by DCMC items. He fanboys out too hard and can't move, so pretty much makes this fight trivial. He will sometimes get a turn off, or he will always get a turn off, but sometimes he will do something nasty. So you just have to hope that he doesn't kill any party members during that.
And you got 2 party members with DCMC items because Duster's body slot was whatever he had in there was replaced by the DCMC boxers. So both Duster and Bony both have a DCMC item, so either of them can stun this guy. And it turns out this guy is most susceptible to fire out of the 3 elements, so we're going to be using fire against him. So Lucas is going to use Love, Duster is going to Defense Down, Kumatora is going to use PK Fire, and Boney's going to use the DCMC Hat. That's going to stun him for a couple of turns.
Yeah, Bony having the DCMC Hat is a newer routing thing. One of the new routing things that came with that wave of new routing. Usually we would have to have Duster, but Bony is meant to have Duster stun him with the DCMC boxers, but Duster is much faster. Or sorry, Bony is much faster, so it ends up being better for that reason.
It would be nice if Duster could hit a Tickle Stick. Please burn him so I can make up some of this damage.
Yeah, PK Fire also has the side effect of being able to burn, which deals damage over time.
0 for 4, come on, man. Okay, hit Lucas. Didn't actually make him use his ability to use Psy, so that's good.
Yeah, huge swing can cause forgetfulness, which removes your ability to use special moves.
Okay, there's some
There's
fire.
burn. Only a 1-turn burn, unfortunately. I'd really like nobody to die here.
Yeah.
just for the experience. But not the end of the world if they do. But you might have to do some backup stuff later if it happens. Thankfully, nobody died.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, I was only really concerned about Lucas there. I figured anyone else had managed to survive this. Wrong controller to hold A to use turbo. Those are some gloves. I'm not going to be using them. They're just right there and they sell for a lot of money, so I picked them up just to sell them.
We also started the mouse quest, which is going to be really huge for the run. Particularly the only side content we're going to be doing, the mouse quest, which we will not finish until chapter 7, nets us a really good item.
Yeah, that's a text box explaining the fever that you get. That's a precursor to you learning a new psi ability. And you're usually supposed to get that in chapter 2. Maybe chapter 4 if you rush through chapter 2. But I'm getting it here because I never gave either Lucas or Kumatora a chance to learn new psi. So here it's... There has the Twitter. He's got one of them. Or I don't know if I sold to whatever.
Buying 4 saltwater guns, the boss of this chapter is extremely susceptible to them because they're a mechanical enemy. Going to be really useful.
And then here we're going to trade 19 doggy biscuits for pencil rockets. You remember the item that we used? The first explosive that we used against the jealous base? Now we've got 19 of them, and only for whatever it costs to buy 19 doggy biscuits.
Yeah, the real trade-off is the time, unfortunately. It does take a couple seconds for each doggy biscuit, but we will make it up, I think, in the first fight with them. These pencil rockets. This is another part of that routing.
These are going to last us all the way to like midway through chapter 7. That they just help us on various boss fights between then and now. And unfortunately, you have to sit through the dog's entire text box. And he's a little chattier than those ghosts from chapter 2. Okay, Duster's getting them, so that I think that means I'm on Bony's doggy biscuits now, so we should almost be done. Yeah. And we gotta go over here, talk to the first mouse. We're going to get 4 of the mice now, and then 3 of the mice later.
Yeah,
we
the
come back
reward
here in
we
Chapter
get.
7.
Yeah, the reward we get from the mouse quest, which not gonna spoil what it is yet, but the reward we get isn't really gonna be relevant until Chapter 7, so we can afford to hold off on it.
Yeah, because otherwise you have to backtrack to get the other 3 mice. Yeah, there's the other.
This menu is pretty complicated. Lots going. Basically, you're gonna be shifting our items around. I think I use this game's like storage mechanic.
Oh, he's out of space, so I'll give that to you. Wait, that's a problem because... I kinda need that. Give that to Lucas for the time being. And that one is a save for the boss fight. It shouldn't be too bad since I had so many healing items left over that both Duster and Bony have some. Oh good, eat it.
A rocket enemy is really scary.
Yeah.
So, not good to get into the encounter with it, but dodged.
He just kind of went straight ahead and Bony got out of the way just in time.
So, Forlorn Junkeep, next boss fight. We're going to be using our pencil rockets on it. For first fight where we're going to be seeing pencil rocket spam, really.
Yep.
Boss also has a shield. We don't have an item that can remove shields yet, so we're just going to have to manually remove it by attacking. Oh no.
I just saved, so we're good.
Yeah. Probably the right call to just reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also realized I forgot to equip that. Not that it really makes that big of a difference in that fight, but... go. Couldn't dodge him that time.
Touched out the first try, run away though.
Okay, Forlorn Junkie, take 2.
So, like I was mentioning, this boss has a shield, so we're gonna have to bash the shield off. First, we're gonna be firing off pencil rockets, while Lucas loves and Kumatora fires. Again, as always with PK Fire, a burn would be really nice. Being somewhat mechanical-ish, this boss is, I believe, not susceptible to saltwater guns.
I'm not actually sure.
Either way, it's way better to save them for the boss of this chapter.
That was a heal.
Also,
I was hoping for an offense up or defense up or whatever. Shield, that's fine. I can use the healing items quite liberally because they're not very useful after this. They've like hit the end of their useful life. So it's really just use them if you got them. So we find the egg and Duster gets all of his memories back.
I really am D.
Well, they still think I'm their commander, so this guy says you gotta hurry up and get to Thunder Tower, so he drags me there.
With the best parking job of the game.
Not fighting that guy a third time. Okay, second try to get that guy to not show up. And he just decides he doesn't want any part of me.
So, Fishborg Trooper 2. Similar, really similar to the first one, stunning him with DCMC items. A little scarier because it's a little stronger, I believe. But as long as we keep him stunned, he only has that one turn to get things off.
Clutch out speed and then misses the tickle stick.
All stick. Yeah, one of the scary things you can do is the bum rush. Kumatora does have life up, so we can use that to
And she's
save
got plenty of
Lucas.
CP to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And here, he's always coded to have his anger reach a breaking point, so there's no danger on that turn. And hopefully I kill him here before this jealousy runs off. Yeah, there we go.
Yes. So not having anyone die during that I like to call it the boss rush, is really good, because it means nobody missed out on any experience.
So we've been found out that we're not actually the commander. Now we gotta escape up the tower. And this is an annoying part because you always get a fever here, which means you can't run. Which means you can't get by those guys easily, except this time where they actually decided to wait for the fever until after I was through with everything.
Yeah, pretty convenient.
Yeah.
So first optional boss of the game is it here? First, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to think if there was one.
Actually, no, because you would have to do Lord Passion before this.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. But anyway, the point is you can fight Little Miss Marshmallow in this room for the yo-yo, but definitely not worth it in a speedrun.
Yeah.
What is worth it, however, is in this vending machine we can get rubber capes, which will increase our resistance to electric moves by a significant amount. And the next boss happens to be electric.
Yeah. Here's the other one.
So very convenient.
Got my run back, but not quick enough to get out of there. What I should have been doing was moving around when I was in the hot springs, but I just forgot. And here I'm going to learn PK Flash, which is useful in exactly one boss fight. But oh boy, is it a lifesaver in that boss fight. So this guy can't actually be hit physically for the first 4 turns of the fight. Well, 3.5, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, if you hit him, he will hit you back because he's made of electricity. So that's where we're going to be using the saltwater guns. They do a huge amount of damage. Ooh, nice miss.
Yeah. I'm not even bothering with the defense down. I know he's not going to hit it with the way he's been going. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to save her.
When he stores electricity, that means his big shock attack is coming next turn.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah, it does about 20-ish, 20 to 30 damage on people who have rubber capes, and will do about 130 without. So.
Lucas is the one I have to worry about.
So something that can happen in this game is whenever you use a food item, Bony can eat it, even if you use it on someone else. Thankfully, it didn't happen there.
Yeah, that would have been bad if he chose now to do that.
So you can one-cycle this fight, but pretty
It's not going to
inconsistent.
happen with how I had the...
Yeah.
I'm really just hoping he doesn't hit Kumatora. Because I don't have... The only way to heal her is with life up, and I really don't have the turns to spare to do that.
When his treasure breaks, that means he's dead. Yeah.
Okay. Luckily, Bony's experience doesn't matter all that much, so that's fine. It would have been much worse if Lucas or Kumatora died there.
Yeah, the PP routing in late game is extremely tight, so you really want Kumatora and Lucas to get every level they can.
So that's basically chapter 5. There's still another cutscene to get through, but it's over, really. Yeah, so if it says calls in the mothership to take him away, then he slips off, and now we've got the opportunity to get out of here. Here's when Rope Snake gets his time to shine. Unfortunately, his jaw isn't enough to support 3 people and 1 dog, so we all fall off, and in the next chapter, we're all going to be split up again.
Yep. I'm actually going to use this as an opportunity to use the wrestling, so I'll be right
All right.
back.
So chapter 6 is basically just a cutscene chapter. And it's also, the cutscene trigger on this chapter is really kind of weird, because if you hold diagonally down and left, you'll instantly trigger the first cutscene. Otherwise, you have to walk left for quite a while.
Yeah, you can actually save or lose like 5 seconds. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Also, hi, I'm back.
Yep. Welcome back. Yeah, see. It just instantly goes to the next cutscene. Like I said, this is basically an interactive cutscene. The gameplay of this is really hold down left and then hold left. So there's not really much to commentate on here.
Alright, get chapter 6.
Yep. And now, before you can leave, you gotta talk to both of the grandpas. And then Alec will ask if you ran into Duster. And now that we're out, we basically start the whole plot of Chapter 7. Which is that the pig masks are trying to pull the 7 needles. And whoever pulls more of them... well, if multiple people are trying to pull them, if someone pulls 4 out of 7, their will is passed on to the dragon. So basically it becomes a race to pull the 4 needles before the masked man pulls 4 needles. And here Ionia joins the party. She can kind of heal you. It's like a very weak heal. But otherwise, she doesn't really do anything in battle, and we're not really going to be fighting anything while she's around anyway, so...
Yeah, nothing relevant. Just a few random enemies.
Yeah. And the backstory here was that Ionia was attacked and wanted us to check on Aeolia. And basically the Magypsies are guardians of the needles, and when their needle is pulled, they basically just disappear. And I'm not sure if you could even see it, and even if you could, if anyone was really paying close enough attention, but in the courtyard that had the trash can, the room before we met Kumatora back in Chapter 2, you could see a needle in the courtyard of Osohe Castle. And that's where Aeolia's needle is. And it just got pulled. Yeah, there it is again.
So from each Magypsy, after they disappear, we're going to be getting a razor and lipstick. They're memento. These are going to be really important. They basically act as an auto life. When you die, they will restore you to full HP one time as a one-time use item.
Yeah, will get used up once you die. So we really want to store these on the item guy because we don't want to risk dying with them and using them too early.
You really want to first try from these guys because they can sleep you.
Plus, they'll use life up, and that animation takes a while. It's annoying. And then Ione is going to basically give us the whole backstory of the needle and the Magypsies and everything.
Yeah, it's the longest auto-scroller text in the run.
If you need to go get some water or do anything, just get up and stretch, now's the time to do it because this is gonna take a while.
This has been a really good run so far.
Yeah.
Biggest thing was forgetting to heal, but other than that, been really smooth.
Yeah. I was really nervous about the jealous base because in practice I was having a lot of trouble with him, but it actually went well tonight.
Yep. Yeah, a big advantage of an early beamling route would be that jealous base fight is a lot easier and less scary, but just a lot faster to do the beamlings later.
Yeah. So this sets up the next part of the chapter. We have to go to the Chimera lab. And that's a shortcut back into Tesma. It's going to take us back into the basement from chapter 3. I'm not sure if anyone noticed that door there that I passed by. Well, it's gonna take me out of that door. Unfortunately, some of the enemies there are a little stronger than they were before, so it's not gonna be super easy to get through. Like, I'll see that these guys teamed up and now they're a lot stronger.
Yeah, pretty cute, but also scary for purposes. First try runaway there is really nice because they have what's essentially a PK freeze beta, I believe.
And I'm gonna try to end up in the fight with the barrel man because he's easier to run away from at this level. And then use the invincibility to get through that guy. Rather than just take the fight with the bro team and potentially end up taking a couple turns to get away. That's really just a plot item that we're going to be giving away later. It doesn't really do anything for us now.
They mentioned Dakota in that line, and I was grinding this game heavily for speedruns right when I moved back from North Dakota, so always was a cute little thing for me.
I should have just either committed to running into that thing or just avoided entirely, not do the half.
Yeah, so worth noting that we are at a high enough level compared to these enemies that running through them will instantly kill them. We don't get any experience for it or anything, it's just a quality of life feature.
It makes it a lot less annoying to have to deal with the Slitherhens this time through. Like here I don't have to worry about... Well, I do have to worry about it if the third one decides to sneak in from behind and get me. And the other things will run away from me, so I don't really have to worry about them too much. Well, except for the dogs, but they're easy enough to avoid. They know better than to mess with me. And here I'm going to drop off Aelia's memento because I'm going to take a forced loss in the next fight. Well, it's not forced loss, but I'm going to intentionally lose.
Yeah, so a bit of an odd thing here. If you trigger the cutscene with the mole and then go do Chimera Lab, you won't be forced to see the walking cutscene out of Chimera Lab. You normally would. Probably an oversight, if I'm going to be honest.
No, I think it's because the idea is, if you've been here, you already know that it's
Oh,
here.
You're right.
And
yeah.
The reason the mole cricket drags you the whole way is because you might not know it's there.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
And there's a couple of goodies to grab in here. Oh, forgot to grab that real quick. I need to put the masks on to be able to advance past this screen.
Yeah, these hallways are really similar, so remembering which room is which can be kind of tricky. We get a cameo from a long-lost friend, Salsa, and his girlfriend, who I believe is named Samba.
Yes, I believe that's the case. And here's the almost Mecha Lion, but we're just gonna try to throw this fight. This party's not really strong enough to win this fight right now, so... And I think the developers even realized it, which is why they gave you the option to be able to lose this fight. So I just want to wait for both of them to take mortal damage, and I'm just gonna wait out the HP scrolling. Okay, there we go.
Next. Despite being a forced or intentional loss, you can actually lose a bunch of time here.
Yeah.
If he decides to not defeat you.
Yeah.
So the mechanic, I guess, of this area is that there's an evil chimera called the Ultimate Chimera wandering around, and if we run into it, we will instantly die.
Yeah, instant game over, no chance. You're just dead.
Yeah, it's not even a fight. It's just a cutscene that instantly kills you. Even when stuffed, the frog is still a frog. Thankfully, the Chimera will always run in a straight line, so if you can bait it out, you can very consistently dodge it.
Yeah, we'll basically run it where it sees you when the exclamation point pops over its head, so if you're just in a straight line in front of it, it'll stick to that straight line, and it's pretty easy to dodge at that point. And that's the only time we really have to dodge it. It'll show up later in Chapter 8, but even in Chapter 8, it's pretty easy to dodge. It's basically not even there.
I've hit it in a run before, admittedly, but it's actually not a huge time loss.
It's not.
No, it just takes you to earlier in the lab.
Okay.
Like a 30-second time loss, maybe. But obviously still something you want to avoid.
Here it's more so if you have any money left over from, like, if you manage
Oh,
to get
you're
more
right.
chickens.
Yeah. So there we see Dr. Andonuts, who if you played Earthbound, you would recognize as the scientist from that game. He's here, which is a little odd, because nothing else from Earthbound is here, pretty much.
And you have to talk to him to be able to trigger this cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't talk to him, you'll walk in here and nothing will happen.
But we learn that the Ultimate Chimera has an off switch on the back.
Now Salsa remembers Lucas from that time in the forest, so he's going to go bail us out here. I know Salsa's going to rejoin very temporarily, but long enough for me to be able to sell all the stuff that's left in his inventory after Chapter 3. And there's also some goodies in here that I'd like to pick up too.
Mm-hmm.
One of them
Probably most notably is the bufferizer.
Yeah, then the reason I do it now, well, I'm never coming back in this direction again, and also there's one item that I can only get while I have Salsa, so I need to do it now.
The bufferizer is a special item that will increase the stats of an enemy, but make them drop or give you much more experience. And that's going to be useful for our black beanling grinding.
We're going to pick up the offense. What is it like? Offense spray. Yeah, there we go.
Spray, yeah. This acts as 3 offense ups, in one item.
Yeah, and then talk to this guy, and he'll give me an enemy bufferizer.
Did you buy a bufferizer from the guy?
No, I'm only fighting one beanling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some rats fight 2, some fight 1. So I just wasn't sure what we were doing here.
Yeah, the main reason I'm sticking with fighting the Mecha-Gorilla second rather than last is because I only want to fight one beanling tonight.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So yeah, I guess we can talk about that. There's a few different directions you can go in after this cutscene. You can go to Saturn Valley and do that whole quest, or you can go to the mountains and fight Mecha-Gorilla. You can fight Mecha-Gorilla last for a much faster and less scary fight, but the downside is you have to fight 2 beanlings. And beanlings appear randomly, so...
It's a 5% chance at least on the screen that we fight them on, which I believe is the best odds out of all the places they show up. I think it's like 3% and 1% in the other places. Kumatora's not going to rejoin quite yet. You still have to go through a bit more here before she'll rejoin. So Dory
also, we're...
Oh, what were you going to
Sorry,
say?
go. I was just going to say back on the beanlings, each one you fight is kind of diminishing returns. So fighting one gives you a huge boost in levels, while each subsequent one will give you less. I mean, not actually, but less roll.
It's the same amount of experience, which is less effective the higher your level is. So we need a chimera that can move stuff from water from one hole to another, and this chimera is the best one for that.
The only one that will work.
We could have used the Bucket Brothers, but that would take too long. We'd have to double the estimate if we wanted to let them handle it.
Yeah, could do 100% run in the time it takes for Bucket Brothers to move the water.
this is the first needle that we're actually going to be able to pull. And the thing with the needles is, when you pull one, you gain another level of PK Love. So by pulling this one, I'm going to get PK Love Beta. We were all rooting for the Bucket Brothers the first time we played. And just like Aeolia, Dora is going to disappear, and we're going to get her memento. And they all work exactly the same. It doesn't really matter whose it is. They're all just a free heal when you die. So Kumatora is going to rejoin the party now, and Salsa's going to leave. Which is why we sold all the Salsa stuff, because we don't really need it anymore. It's more useful being traded for money than really anything. Say bye to Salsa because this is the last time we'll be seeing him. And real quick, I gotta give the magic gloves to Kumatora.
Was ready to heal here.
Yeah.
Or, you know, often.
I gotta use life up here because the next boss has max speed. And if he only does 1 damage, but if he decides he's going to hit Lucas or Bony, they die. Which isn't too bad for Bony, but Lucas currently has Doria's memento, and I don't want to waste it on the easiest fight in the game. So I just do a quick life up on both Lucas and Bony so they won't die. As long as you heal, there's no danger in that fight, because after the first turn, after you survive the first turn, Bony's just gonna hit the mole cricket and one-shot it.
He put all his training into the speed stat.
Yeah. here. Okay. Sometimes it gets kind of hard to squeeze back in there behind that thing and get down here.
Yeah, you get a weird little bonk.
Yeah.
So the maze has an intended solution, but if you know where to go, you can go through it a little faster. You're supposed to, I believe, take every right, but
Yeah, I think
something like that. But if you know where to go, you can get through a lot faster than that.
I want to try to take a lot of diagonals here because if you're taking diagonals and you hit the wall, you won't actually stop. So I can use that to make sure I don't bonk. So it may look like I'm a little slow hugging the walls there, but it's better than bonking and having to get my run up again. And this is really a shame that the mole cricket's brother leaves you once you go outside, because that would be so useful if you could just warp back to the mole cricket hole.
Yeah. This game notably doesn't have any sort of fast travel, so we have to really carefully route our overworld movement.
Okay. Doesn't move, so...
Granted, this game doesn't really have, like, towns, so, aside from Tasmilly, so I don't know where you would teleport to.
It's more like it would free... Like, it would... If you could teleport, it could free up a lot of routing decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I could teleport back, I'd teleport there, teleport back to Tasmilly, get Duster, then come back here.
Yeah.
I want that on Bony, and that on Bony, and that on Bony, and that on Kumatora, and that on Bony, and just the cancer bracelet for a little bit of extra safety.
So, really scary fight coming up.
Yeah.
The Steel Mecharilla. First couple turns are going to kind of decide everything. We need to get off a PK Flash Cry, so he misses most of his attacks.
I did not sell the weight collar, so a bunch of dumplings that I'll probably just give a couple to Kumatora for now.
Yeah, doing one downside of doing Mecharilla late compared to early is this cutscene unlocks the mole cricket shops around the world. There won't be any unless you've seen this cutscene.
Then this place makes you stop running when you enter it, because later on, if you try to come back here, the pig mask won't let you run in this room. So that's the way the game handles times like that. Is it just makes it so you can't run anymore when you enter the room, even if you can run at that point. In case you're wondering why I had to restart my run there, even though I didn't actually hit anything. And here we got beat by the masked man. He pulled the needle.
Yeah, they can fast travel, so they have a
Yeah.
huge advantage over us. Alright, so Mecha-Gorilla going to be buffing Lucas, I believe, with the offense spray? Or is that incorrect?
Bony.
Bony, okay.
Lucas will be
I don't do
buffing
this
himself.
route, so yeah, I don't do this route, so I'm kind of unfamiliar with the strat that Gearless is going to do.
So we're gonna lead off with PK Flash to try to make him cry. Kumatora's gonna be using offense down and defense down, and Bony's gonna be using the offense spray when he's got a free turn. Which he won't have until the Mecha-Gorilla starts missing a lot. Okay, good.
Nice. Yeah, the first try cry is really what you want to see.
So Lucas is gonna offense up himself now, while Kumatora is gonna continue offense downing.
So we're actually going to be using PK Freeze with Kumatora after we're done buffing. We're going to be using PK Freeze with Kumatora instead of PK Thunder, because if you PK Thunder this boss 3 times, I believe, it will go berserk and get a huge stat buff, or offense buff at least.
No, it's more that it attacks everyone every turn, and it's just kind of hard to survive there.
Small misremember, mind you.
It's 3 offense ups for Lucas.
So yeah, that steel ball attack, if he wasn't crying, would be very deadly, even with offense downs. So we're in a really good position now. It's those first couple turns that are very scary. So you can thunder him twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have Kumatora shift over to healing. So I can
Yeah,
save
we
some
do
of
have
the dumplings for later.
Pretty cool that we use our like black mage as a dedicated healer here. Double hit is not great.
He doesn't get the dirt beat just yet. Now I can get second thunder in. Okay. Well, better late than never.
Yeah.
I had to play a bit more defensively at the end than I would have liked, but it went well.
Yeah, for a marathon, probably the right call.
Yeah, spamming thunder is not what you want to do against this guy. Twice is fine, any more than that, no, don't do it. And we got one more memento. Which is going to the item man next time it's convenient.
So I said this game doesn't have fast travel. It's kind of a lie. You do get a one-time use fast travel here. Or is it one time? Can you do this again? Not quickly, so
I'm
you get a
not
fast travel
actually
back.
sure if you can repeat this one.
But anyway, we get a quick travel back to Tasmily from here.
Yeah, no, Ocho's repeatable and the birdcage I don't think is, so it's... This one could be either way, I'm not sure. Oh, Ocho's not really the fastest travel anyway.
Yep.
We're supposed to head into that grave where that bottle is, but we need a bit of a detour first to gain some levels.
Fortunately, this is where the biggest RNG part of the run is. Like, obvious RNG.
Yeah.
We have to fight a black beanling. In this route, it's only one, thankfully.
I'm also going to stop by the hot springs to heal just to make sure that I kill this thing before it turns around.
Yeah, good call.
Because Lucas's... The reason I pulled up the status earlier was to check Lucas's PP, and he's only at... He's at 16, and he needs 20. Because Love Beta and Freeze will kill it. But Love
Springs are
Alpha
generally
and
slow.
Freeze Alpha will not kill it.
Hot springs are generally slow, but if you have to take them, it's better than...
Better than the guy running away.
Yeah.
Like, the strategy for this is just kill him before he gets a chance to even do anything. Because he might run away, and then then you gotta search for another one, assuming that you still have a bufferizer left, and if you don't have a bufferizer left, you're out of luck. Or you gotta fight two of them now. Because what a bufferizer does, it just doubles the experience that they give.
So again, 5% chance to appear every time you enter the screen, on this screen. And then you have to... the black beanling will burrow into the ground. A lot of people don't know this, but it'll actually re-burrow in a fixed spot after a while.
Yeah,
I didn't know that for a long time, yeah. I thought if it burrowed, it just was a wet gone forever. But no.
Hopefully that won't happen because it's a little slow, but...
Better than it,
Yeah, better than it disappearing forever. And then I just run into that guy because I'm worried that I might get into a fight with him. So the best way to avoid that is just make sure that it can't get me.
It's a very tilting thing to have 4 hours into your speedrun,
Yeah.
I must say. But it is very fast, optimally.
The reason I took the early Mecharilla just so I only have to fight one of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, here's Marathon Beanling luck. There it is.
Yep. Nope. Not the worst. But I still have to kill it.
It's basically a free fight if you get the back attack and have
Ooh,
love
and
beta
solidify.
up.
So 32,000 experience from that one fight.
And now I try to get to the Saturn table before Lucas gets feverish.
So that could have gone a lot worse. Could have gone better, but a few minutes lost is not the worst. I've definitely seen way worse Beeling games in my time.
I didn't get all the way to the table, but pretty
Very
close
far.
to it.
Get a super bomb there. Really good offensive item.
We're not going to be using that for a while, but
Yeah,
it's right there.
Good. We
so
save it for late game.
It's not like we're going back that way ever again, so we got to pick it up now. And now we're just going back the way that Salsa came back in Chapter 3. And this will eventually take us to the highway from Chapter 5. Wait a second there, so the lion runs into me and takes himself out. And we pick up mouse number 5 right here. Gemini Bracelet is equipment for Lucas that increases his offense and defense. And we have to rely on Lucas's offense a little bit, so we pick that up and equip it. That's a pretty nice boost considering he's still on his starter weapon. Well, we pick up mouse number 6. Boy, that guy who's still standing there in shock of what happened. And that's all 7 mice, so now I have to go back to the mother mouse and go get the item from her.
And the item we will be getting is one of the best items in the game. Speeds up late game a lot. It makes this whole quest worth it. It is the Shield Snatcher. It is a item that will remove any shield or counter from an enemy. And a lot of the late game bosses have a shield or a counter, or can put one on.
Yeah, they
So
either
gonna
put
be
one up,
very
start
useful.
with one, or start with one and then reapply it every so often, so it's great to have it.
Yeah, I don't believe there's ever been a route in this game that doesn't get this.
And maybe there's a task that didn't, but
Oh yeah, RTA route
Yeah.
at least.
and the good news about the table is we don't need to charge it, so we can just run by that. And yes, even if you could run through the enemies on the highway, which I'm not sure you can do at this level, it's still faster to go around with the table than to just run straight through, because that intersection I just passed, if I go left there, I go straight to where the mother mouse was, but from here to the end it is just so long that the increased speed from the table actually makes it so you get there first, even though you have to loop all up and around to get the table here.
Yeah, and good question in chat. There is a very old task of this game. It's from like 2011, I think. And then there's a new one. Is that one public yet? I actually don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay, there's a new one that is either being worked on or done. And that one should be very cool. So definitely stay tuned for that task. The old task was on the fan translation, I think, right? I don't know.
I think he might have done two, one on the fan translation, one on Japanese.
Oh, okay. But the new one's on just on Japanese, right? Or is it just on the translation?
I'm not sure.
I forget. Yeah, it's just on one of them. But yeah, the task strategies for this game can be pretty interesting.
Ah, these stupid roaches keep getting in my way. I tried to lure the one mushroom back so I would have enough room to split in between them, and then the roach comes and gets me. Good news, I don't need all of my PP right now, so I can afford to heal that. So first, we're going to go into this house and go get Duster. And this is also going to clear the pig masks out of all the other houses, so they'll be free to enter after this too. And this is where the bomb we picked up in the Chimera Factory is going to come in handy. Because it's going to use Love Beta. Kumatora is going to throw the bomb because it does more damage than PK Fire does. And Bony's going to use one of the pencil rockets.
Frightbot will tell a scary story. But yeah, being able to tell, do a one turn on this fight is really good because the Frightbot stories are very slow.
Yeah. It kind of sits there after a while. Once it says the Frightbot told this kind of story, then it kind of like sits there for a second before you can actually advance the text box. So now we've got Duster back. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those games where characters who aren't in the party still gain experience, so he's the same level he was when he left at the end of Chapter 5. He didn't get any of that Beanley experience. But he doesn't really need it to function.
Yeah, because most of his utility is from the thief tools.
Yeah. Or he's just chucking items. He's not really attacking or anything. And even without the levels, he's still faster than Lucas and Kumatora. Let me go in this house. Get the good shirt. I really don't want to sell the super bomb. And here, let's just get some healing items for Duster and Bony for the upcoming boss fight. Bony's also still got some dumplings left, some Zitsiri dumplings. I was blanking on the name for a second there.
I'd like to say that here on out is where the fights are going to get really dynamic, even more so than they were before. There'll be a lot of thinking on your toes. It's where the run picks up a lot, even more.
Now we're going to get rid of Lydia's memento, as well as trade over some stuff. It's got 3 rockets, it's got 4, so I'll just give them both 2. We get the black collar, shield snatcher. He's full up, so okay, well, he's full up too.
There is one weapon for Bony in the game, the K9 weapon, but we're not going to be grabbing it.
Yeah,
Not
and it's
really
at
worth
the
it.
very end of the game.
Mhm.
It's not that far out of the way, but at that point, you're not using Bony to attack at all, so there's no reason to go get it. It's the same deal with Duster. His ultimate weapon isn't that far out of the way either, it's just he's not going to be attacking at all.
All of our late game damage pretty much is going to be from Lucas and Kumatora's ultimate side moves.
Yeah, Duster and Bony are basically just there to help keep Lucas and Kumatora alive and with enough psychic points to be able to use their psi abilities. Duster's thief tools even kind of fall off because a lot of the late game enemies don't use attacks that actually use their offense stats. And honestly, even if they did, you'd prefer that anyway, because those tend to be single target, which are a lot easier to deal with than some of their multi-target attacks. Like you'll see coming up with Facade, he's got some multi-target attacks and some single target attacks. With the single target attacks, they're easier to deal with just because you can just heal the one person he hit. The multi-target, then you've got multiple people to worry about, and it can get bad if he keeps using them. And there's a pencil rocket over here that I want to pick up. Okay, it's fine. Then a double jerky right here. Lucas is going to be handing those out because after this fight, Duster and Bony will both have an open slot because they'll both be using a pencil rocket to deal with these guys. Whereas Lucas and Kumatora are just gonna defend. Okay, 2 on Lucas is fine. And we have to heal once. That deals with those guys. At least that kept his buddy out of the way. No lava, so I'm gonna pick up the life noodles now. There's an enemy that has a chance of spawning there, and if does, you want to pick up those life noodles on the way out. I only have to heal Lucas. Fortunately, Kumatora has more than enough PP. Now you see our old friend Facade, except after falling off the tower, he needed to have a few modifications done. And he needs this interpreter robot to speak for him. Luckily, they just only decide to send Facade here rather than their whole army. Like I say, they did send some guys with them. They were just kind of jokes. What I'm saying is, it's a good thing they didn't send the masked man with them. So Lucas is gonna spam Love Beta, Kumatora is gonna spam Thunder Beta, and then Duster and Bony are just gonna fire rockets at this guy. And then Boney's going to heal if he needs to, which I think he needs to, because Kumatora almost took mortal damage on that hit. Well, that's not good.
Forgetfulness, yeah, that's pretty unlucky.
Luckily, Lucas has enough PP to take care of that. Not like that feeling.
Guarding will also decrease the speed of your scrolling HP.
Oh, good. I needed that miss. Okay, I think Duster's out of rockets, so... Yeah, he has a shield, but rockets go through that, and it's a physical shield, so...
Yeah.
Don't care. So he'll tofu up Lucas. Okay, a banana, that's fine. That gives Duster... Okay, I'm glad that... That's a very good thing that missed. Because I don't think Lucas would have lived if it didn't. Yeah, he's out, but I'll banana Lucas anyway. Yeah, there's the smile, so I think he's almost down. Another banana.
Another heal is not great. And maybe still kill this turn.
Hopefully. Okay, it's on Duster, that's fine. Okay.
Next. Starting to look a little hairy, but
yeah,
made it work.
Yeah, it's gotta be like the first time I'm glad PK Thunder missed. Because, like I said, Lucas was totally dead there. And I'm pretty sure he's got all the revival items on him, so if he's dead, he's not getting back up. I should probably give one of those life noodles to Kumatora. And now I can get PK Thunder, or PK Love Gamma. Which does around 500 damage for 35 PP, which is very good.
One of the strongest tools we get at this part of the game.
Love Gamma, and then Mixolydia shows up. Couldn't disappear in her sleep like she wanted, but... Or no, wait, this is Phrygia. Mixolydia's on the next island. Phrygia couldn't die in her sleep like she wanted. And she gives me her notebook, which really just tells me where the last 2 needles are. But I already know that, so I don't need to take a look at it. And just like every other Magypsy, I get a memento. Which is going straight to item guy. Gonna take a chance to heal because I think I wasn't confident about my ability to get out of here without someone dying. I was hoping to lure the Magman up enough that Mrs. Lava wouldn't show up in the fight. See, this is why we heal. I walked a little too close to her there. I had so much more room. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, see, there's the Mrs. Lava this time. Oh, nice.
Yeah, dodging those two is actually pretty rare. Ooh, and that dodge too. Very nice. That kind of makes up for the other.
Yeah.
No.
And here's the fever, but we're in Saturn Valley, so it's really just an annoyance rather than something that's gonna get me into fights. There's item guy, and got another memento for you. We're gonna need all of those later, so he holds onto them so I don't accidentally use one. And the pig masks aren't gonna let us leave so easily. They're like, well, if you get the needle, we're gonna blow up the tunnel. So now I gotta find another way out of here. I gotta talk to the Mr. Saturn in this house. Says we need birds. Okay, that's annoying. Gotta go in a house and come back out, and hopefully they won't run away this time. Okay.
Yeah.
And that Mr. Saturn says wait in the hot spring. And we're gonna take this opportunity to heal. So wait for the heal text to pop up, then we're gonna talk to this Mr. Saturn. And it's time for a coffee break. They don't tie a balloon to a bird. They put a bunch of birds in a cage, and then they start flapping to make the cage fly, and then you tie a rope to it and you hang on to that. totally different thing. And then one of the Mr. Saturns is going to take the Purge badge that I got earlier in the chapter. And he'll repair that and give it back to me later. Just in time for when we need it. And I guess there's a mild content warning here. Lucas is about to moon all of us, so if you're offended by that, I'd change the channel for like a few minutes.
Yeah, very strange thing that they put in this game. I guess it's like...
Yeah, the weird thing is it doesn't happen on the when they're on the airship. It's just here. Alright, you can look again. That makes sense, actually. Now to get to the place with the next needle, we need to go underwater. And this is annoying because you can't run underwater, so it's all slow movement. And it's very difficult to avoid enemies here. So I'm going to be taking a lot of encounters too. First thing, I'm gonna take a little bit of a detour to pick up the Virgo bracelet.
Yeah, some routes do skip this, but it's necessary in this route for the late game PP boost it gives.
Yeah.
Or, the PP boost it gives comes in clutch in late game. That's what I'm trying to say.
I really didn't have any choice but to hope the fish didn't come my way, and then it came my way. basically a slow walk through this section. There's a couple of paths you can take to avoid some enemies, but some of them are unavoidable, like this guy. And you also have to stop every so often at these oxygen supply machines to refill the bar at the bottom. That's the oxygen bar, and when it runs out, you go all the way back to Tasmillion, no matter how far you are into this dungeon, or even where you started from. It'll send you back to Tasmillion no matter what. Which is actually comes in handy later in the game. That's right. You see me, you didn't see anything. And these guys are basically spread out so that no matter how far you go into this, or how they're spread out basically so that no matter where your oxygen meter is, you pretty much need to take all of them to be able to get through to the end. You can skip one at the end, but I'm not sure if I'll be doing that today, just out of marathon safety concerns, because it's really tight. If you're wondering why we deposit the mementos, that's why. Just in case someone dies. Please don't. Okay. Let me go over here to get a magic pudding. I was hoping it wouldn't turn around and I could get the free back attack on it, but I'm not so lucky. The heck, I'm gonna go for it.
I believe.
There we go. So Lucas is gonna use Gamma now.
Yeah, it's a common misconception that this fight is another fight you can lose, but you can actually wipe on this fight and get a game over. But
Yeah,
you just
have to kill this thing. It's just that basically when you kill the thing, it acts as if you lost. So that's why that misconception exists. But basically, you just try to rush this thing and kill it before it kills you. And then just try to make it cry for a little bit of extra safety.
Having Bony dead here is really good, because at the end of this fight, it'll go through every party member and say they washed away, and if you can avoid that, then it's really good.
Kumatora, please. There we go.
Okay, good. There's no experience from this fight.
No.
So. Little scary, but made it through.
So as it said in the fight, all of our items washed away, and we're also all at 1 HP. But there's these mushrooms here that can heal us, so we're gonna eat them, even though it looks like a very bad idea. It's not like we really have a choice. I think I'd rather eat magic cake than these mushrooms, to tell you the truth. And yeah, you can just run by Flint there. His sprite's smaller than the enemy that was there, so you can just run by. And this part is interesting because if you say yes, Claus actually joins your party for a very small amount of time. And there's actually a glitch to be able to keep him. But the reason we say no is because if you say yes, he'll eventually back attack you. Whereas if you say no, it's a front attack, so better to get the front attack that you can actually get out of the... that you don't get it... he doesn't... that you don't let him get a free hit on you. This one's pretty tough to avoid. I think I could have managed it if I didn't run into the mailbox. Maybe.
So in this upcoming room with the two flints, we're hoping for only one encounter.
Down.
Yeah.
Which makes it possible to run around the other flint. And that's the Nightmare Island. And now here's Mixolydia. She's gonna get us back to normal. So you had to go in there because the gate to the top of the mountain won't be open. Plus you have no items. Oh, and you really have to make sure to talk to Ocho before you beat the next boss, because otherwise he leaves and you lose all of your items, so don't forget. I could run away, but these are the annoying enemies. Okay. And expect to avoid all of them. Okay, grinning is fine. Attacking is fine. Okay, that's fine. They have a water slot attack that hits 3 people, so you really don't.
It's actually a PK fire in disguise.
Oh, is it?
Yes, which is pretty interesting because it's water,
Huh.
or it's fire element type. That's what I've heard, at least.
Interesting. Yeah, see, this is why I don't want to get into fights with these guys, because then it can just become a complete disaster. Kumatora got give one of those to Kumatora, so she can set up a spot for the bigger stick. And I want to save here because I could lose this fight on like turn 2 if they use the wrong move.
Yeah, this fight is another scary one.
Let me reset now because I forgot to heal up everyone, and that was not going to go well.
Another scary fight coming up, Barrier Trio. They can randomly use PK Fire Gamma. We are going to do a strat to minimize the possibility of it, but it can still happen.
Yeah, Lucas is... Well, at least he's going to start off with Love Gamma. Kumatora is going to start off with Defense Down. Duster's going to Tickle Stick, and Bony, whatever.
So yeah, by lowering their defense, we will manipulate them to raise their defense. Yeah. So depending on which barrier person calls out, they can do a different... There's that PK Fire Gamma you don't want to see. Depending on which barrier person calls out, they'll be weak, or they won't be resistant to fire, freeze, or thunder. For man, it's fire. They'll be able to be hit by. Gal, it's freeze, I believe, and dude, it's thunder.
And it's fine if I have to use up all my items, because I'm going to buy more ones after this fight anyway, so... Okay, dude is good, because you can do multiple hits on one turn against him. Oh no, wait, you Tickle Stick, because I believe they're at -2.
Yeah, so a big aspect in this fight is keeping track of what level of defense they're at. Because again, even though most of our damage is coming from side moves, we do want them to have defense lowered so that they'll be manipulated to raise their own defense.
Okay, we just needed one to hit, because that'll... do that. Unfortunately, she outsped them again, so... freeze this time. Okay. Shoot again. Oh, never mind.
Oh, well. Yeah. So at the end of the fight, when they're dead, they will concentrate and... the double miss, even though it didn't matter. They will concentrate into a PK Starstorm. Super powerful AoE PSI move. But then they will die, so we just guard with everyone.
Yeah, at this point, if you're guarding, HP scrolls slow enough that they can't kill you before they just give up. Fortunately, it didn't leave me with much PP left to heal everyone, so hopefully I can get out of here relatively unscathed, but if not, I'm gonna have to stop at Bronson and heal for the climb up to the temple. I'm kind of glad that I had to use all my healing items for PK Thunder, because of that PK Fire, because now I've got a bunch of space for better healing items coming up.
Yeah, kind of worked out in the end.
Yeah, we just kind of stand there and let them attack us rather than just pulling the needle before they can get all this set up. It's a shame, because PK11 Omega would have been very helpful for the next boss fight. And then Mixolydia is going to give us a jar of pickles, which is just whatever the last Magypsy gives you. Or for our Ionia. And as usual, the memento, which I'm sure you... Actually, no, you didn't see item guy on the way up because it was the dream item guy.
Mm-hmm.
So... But I'll see him on the way down, and the memento will be going to him just like all the rest. Oh, he's out of PP already. Good. They're the real annoying ones. As we've said before, this game doesn't have fast travel, so it's really just backtracking all the way through the island. At least this time, it's not the Dream Island, so it is a little different. And this is where the item guy is, so... There's Missy's memento. And now here's a real annoying part where you get feverish, because there's a bunch of enemies that you could run around, but you're not going to be able to until Lucas gets better. So you really just gotta hope for first try runaways here. And this guy, who I probably could have run away from if I could run, but unfortunately I couldn't. And there's also a couple items I gotta pick up on the way back. Fairy ribbon, which is just going to be get me some more money. Going to sell that next chance I get. Just need one person to stay awake. Unfortunately, you gotta sit through the person is fast asleep for everyone before the first character that isn't asleep. Gator hat. Magic pudding, which is actually something I want to keep rather than sell. Okay, that was weird, but... Unfortunately, the runaway counter works by how many times you've tried to run away rather than how many turns it's been. So the back attack means if it's a third turn runaway, they get 4 attacks, and they get 3 turns of attacks in actually before you run away rather than just 2. It's gotta live to the end.
Ooh, let's got through those guys.
Yeah.
Would have been cool.
This is why we deposit the mementos, people.
Ooh, really good runaway. Gonna be able to run here because of it.
Yeah, there goes Lucas. Well, at least I don't have to heal the fleas now. Okay, now we're kind of in danger territory. Please hit Kumatora, thank you. Okay. We're good.
Yeah, scary, but made it.
Yeah. And that also heals Lucas, by the way, because that counts as a cutscene. Not that it really matters too much since we're in the ocean now where you can't run. Now I'm gonna pick up some items that I just skipped last time I was in here. Just so I could skip having to talk to the other oxygen machine and sit through that whole cutscene. And there's just enough time to get the magic tart over there and then get the magic pudding here. And like I said before, no matter where you drown in the ocean, you'll always get sent back to Tazmily. And we're limping back here, so we gotta talk to Bronson and take the heal. In the old route, I usually just had Kumatora on defense down duty, so she usually had enough PP to get us all the way to Ionia's house. But now that she's using all of her Sai abilities to try to break the shield and do more damage, she doesn't have enough PP to make it all the way there. So you generally have to take the heal at Bronson. And now we're going back up the way that we went to Alex's house back in Chapter 1. Because Ionia's house is the other way at that intersection. I think I took too many deaths to be able to run through that guy, so that's why I didn't bother, and then the Slitherhen got me. Why am I scared of that mouse? I can just run through that. Now we've got a very brief section where we play as Bony. And I'm gonna pick up 2 items here. One that ends up being the charm, because you can sell that for a lot of money. And the other being the jar of pickles, which you have to pick up to actually advance. On this charm. And those birds are back. And they're positioned just perfectly to be a complete nuisance. At least I managed to avoid getting the trees in the fights. One less thing to deal with. And then the moles, depending on what that one mole does, that fight could be avoidable. Here the hefty heads are... These passageways are really a little too narrow to avoid the hefty heads, unless you get pretty lucky. This one, if they move in the right way, you can get by them like that. And I have some things to hand out. She's got a lot of them. Oh, do not drop that! Do not drop that. That would be terrible. Then we're going to sell a bunch of those equipment that we picked up. As well as some obsolete stuff that we have. Okay. Sell that. And we're gonna buy a pencil rocket for everyone who doesn't already have one. Just buy a bunch of chicken for Bony. Some for Luke and Kumatora too. And you... Yeah, you got the tofu, you're fine. Basically, there's a scripted turn where the upcoming boss uses a really strong spell, and you just want everyone to have healing so they can counteract it. And the fight before that, you really don't want to use any major resources on it, so you just buy a pencil rocket for everyone and have everyone fire one of those off. Don't forget to talk to Ionia, because you need that
you get a free heal. Fight coming up. 2 fights actually. First is going to be the triple pig mask fight.
And then the courage badge that we gave away, turns out, if you polish it, it's the Franklin badge, which is just what we need coming up against a guy who uses lightning attacks. But first off, we gotta fight the pig masks. Ideally, the 2 green ones will use a time bomb, and the white one will use a size shield device, because that way I don't take any damage on the first turn. But we'll see if I get the ideal fight or not. Okay, 1 time bomb. Okay, beam misses. Time bomb! Perfect. Now when Lucas gets an extra heal, it's never the awesome cape, awesome cloak, whatever it's called. And then here we're going to have Lucas use Love Gamma, Kumatora use Thunder. Duster's gonna try to make him cry with a Smoke Bomb. And what the heck, Bony doesn't really have anything to do, so let's just take his shield.
Yeah, that's the main justification. Well, that and the speed are the main justifications for putting the shield Snatcher on Bony.
Yeah.
So we'd really like to hit the Smoke Bomb ASAP. This fight can get pretty hairy without it.
Yeah. Okay, Kumatora and Duster still have the rubber capes on, and Lucas has the Franklin badge, so he reflects all lightning attacks now. Just defend, buddy.
this is where we're going to start seeing the strategy of use super powerful PSI moves and dump PSI healing, or PP healing into our Psy users.
You defend Bony. I think he's at almost full HP.
And on turn 3, he will always use Shield Killer into Psy
I'm
Gamma.
actually a little nervous about
Or
Lucas
Love
right
Gamma.
now. Oh, thank you, Lucas! He got the clutch outspeed. Everyone should be in decent shape right now. Fortunately, Duster really needs to just start feeding the magic items to Lucas, so he can't really afford to try to make the Masked Man cry anymore. Oh, he's dead. Well, Lucas needed it anyway. See, that's what we're talking about Bony scarfing the food down himself. Okay, we're fine-ish. Okay, we're a lot more fine than we were 10 seconds ago. I guess keep hitting Lucas. At least... Okay, there we go. That was super clutch out of Lucas to outspeed both Kumatora and Duster.
Yeah, very
Get that
unlikely,
heal
but
off.
good job.
Kumatora
That's a
did have
really tricky
a
one.
cup of life noodles if it had to come down to that, but I'm glad it didn't. Yeah, that went pretty well for not getting the cry off. I didn't get the 3% drop, but I did get... Oh, what is the Eclair drop earlier? Because I never get
10%
that.
maybe?
10%?
Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I never get that in actual runs. It's always like practice or a marathon or something.
Yeah, I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've gotten that in a run.
And now Ione is going to teach Kumatora PK Starstorm. And Lucas is going to learn Love Omega when he pulls this needle. which is basically going to set up our endgame strategy. And Starstorm in this game it's basically the same thing as what it was in Earthbound. It's basically Who's Starstorm Omega. Same cost, same damage range, basically the same thing. Oh, and here you really want to make sure Lucas has at least one spot open in his inventory, because otherwise you won't be able to get Ionia's memento, because she won't give it to anyone else. And I assume it's sitting there on her chair like the rest of them are. It's just, after this cutscene, you can never get back there, so you basically lose it if Lucas has a full inventory. Luckily with the pencil rocket and the chicken, he should basically have at least one spot in his inventory, even if you got the drop from the first fight. And that is chapter 7. We got one more to go.
And we're making good time.
Yeah.
Do you have your splits up by
Yeah.
chance? Okay.
So now we get invited to Newport City, which is why we can't go back to Ionia's house if we didn't get the memento there. Because this is a point of no return. You can't leave Newport City once you get there. Okay, takes about 30 seconds, so I'm sure my timer isn't synced up with the stream's timer, but I had it at 5:20:22.
Oh yeah. So
Okay,
here you have to wait 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Talking to the guy.
And I believe interacting with any of this stuff actually stops the timer, so all we're gonna do is run around here. Oh, there we go. Okay, a little, probably like half a second too early there. It was probably like a late 22 and I went early 22. Yes, fancy flying theme park time. And here's the final map of the game. Okay, first thing, we're going to stop at Frog and go withdraw some TP. Which is pretty much everything since Saturn Valley, which was the last time that we actually withdrew anything. So, new facade, barrier trio, and masked man, and then we're going to sell the Gemini bracelet, sell the vigor stick, buy 2 bombs for you, 2 bombs for you, 2 guns for you. I might have overestimated him. Oh yeah, you wanted you to sell the life noodles. Get 2 guns for you. You talk to him and he'll let you know about how your leader wants to talk to you, and then you can go over here to find a stink bug, and Bony will chase that away. So after this, we're gonna have to go into the sewers to chase after Bony. Unfortunately, you can't run in the movie theater, so we gotta walk this out. And talk to this guy to remove the cover from the floor to the sewers. Okay, Roaches didn't get out of my way. Kumatora also kind of needs the magic pendant back.
Yeah, it may seem strange to equip the magic pendant because it's such an early game accessory, but it does give us a little bit extra PP, which is going to be necessary for getting off Starstorms.
Yeah, and she's actually at the exact point where that gives her enough for 4 Starstorms. So that little bit helps out a lot. Now it's basically just leader explaining the entire backstory of these islands, and I'm gonna be here holding down the A button on my turbo controller for like the next minute and a half. He asks the stink bug a couple times. Have you recorded all this? Yeah, he's basically saying you have to pull the last needle. Before we allowed turbo, this was annoying because the fastest way to mash through text was to press A, B, and L, so there was always a chance that you'd accidentally say no to one of his things and then he'd repeat it, and you really don't want him to repeat any of that stuff. So thank goodness for turbo. I'm going to heal anyway because Kumatora needs the PP, so any damage I take here really doesn't matter. It's just annoying to not run away first try. Okay, at least the roach got out of the way. These guys are the real annoying part because you have to get through these guys to get to the next boss fight. And they got some nasty status effects they can give. They can hit the entire party. Just please. I asked nicely. Okay, that's good enough. I'm low enough on healing items that I really don't want to have to use any that I don't have to. I'm going to deviate from the route a little bit and not use all the bombs because I don't trust Facade to outspeed Bony on turn 2, which the way the fight's scripted in the route requires, so I'm going to take this a little slower just to... Because, like I said, I do not trust Bony at all.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that's why he doesn't have a single PP restoring item on him. Because we are in deep trouble if he eats one of those. So, Level Mega, Starstorm, Duster throws a bomb, and Bony uses the Shield Snatcher. Oh, free first turn, thank you, Facade. Two, Omega, Starstorm, Magic Chart, Lucas, defend. And defend. Magic Tart Lucas again. Chicken yourself. He's gonna use a Psy Shield this turn. Oh, and he did outspeed Bony.
Yeah.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Ah, he doesn't have any healing items. Oh, you need to Shield Snatch. Okay, Kumatora should have enough time to finish this. Okay, that's very bad.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there was one turn I lost track of turns. Shoot. Okay, that's fine. I should have healed Kumatora. Okay, now we might be in trouble.
Yeah. Maybe a bomb can finish him off, but or two
Just have them
bombs.
all throw their
3
bombs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to save 2 bombs from that too.
Yeah.
From that one killing.
Okay, I can just pick up the extra bomb that I need. The
Yeah.
extra bomb in the tower. So that's not too bad. I just completely lost track that it was turn 4. I thought it was turn 5 after the... so I kind of freaked out that he wasn't dead, and then... No, it was turn 4, and I could have won it there. That was just my bad. We'll cross that bridge with the NK Cyborg when we get there. Yeah, I think just having to use the 1 bomb there saved me, because if I had used 2, then NK Cyborg would be trouble. Here, I think it's manageable. Got the hot dog fishy. Sellable? No, but I didn't have enough for anyone else. I gotta back up to that though. There's a certain banana-loving maniac that I could steal a bunch of items from.
Oh yeah. Generally, I don't avoid that, but in a marathon might be a good
Yeah.
idea to stock up for safety.
Because Duster has barely anything on him right now. Gonna save. So now we get one last concert before the end of the game. We're gonna give Duster his Afro wig back, and he's gonna play one last. He's gonna have one last gig with DCMC. I hope you enjoyed that brief intermission, because now it's all go time. Oh, and here come the fevers. So I was about to run, and then Kumatora got feverish, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not running. Luckily, the next area is a trudge through a swamp-ish thing, so not being able to run isn't really that big of an issue. Because you can't run through this anyway, so either way, you're gonna have to sit through this. There's the super bomb. Yeah, Duster's ultimate weapon is in that chest that you saw on the other screen. If you head down from here, you can get it. But like I said, it's not really worth it.
Well, Love and a Starstorm will take care of this hippo launcher. There's Healing Gamma. So these hippos, you won't get into a fight with them unless you actually interact with them.
Yeah. Which makes it a little nerve-wracking with the one right next to the present there. And if you play it smart, you shouldn't get into a fight with them.
And now we have the toilet dungeon.
Yep.
This is fixed. Will it be the same every time?
Really just gotta remember which number door it is. That's how I remember.
Yeah, same.
Plus I think they're all women's rooms, so that helps.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. And here we get a little jump scare. Ultimate Chimera!
You need to do that to get the awesome ring, which... which is really going to help out Lucas's PP management. But here, I'm just gonna steal a bunch of these chests. Hopefully I didn't take too many. Okay, Lucas still has the razor and lipstick. I think in practice I ended up with a little too much money. So here I ended up spending a little too much money, and then I didn't have enough left for enough chicken for Duster. I turned around. Here you basically want to try to get the K9000s, the things in the tanks, to be facing away from you to get a sneak attack so you can run away first try. And then use invincibility to get past everything else. And that one, he's not going to get in your way, so I don't need to take that encounter. I knew some joker was gonna make fun of me for saying it that way. This tower is just 100th floors. Rhino got me.
And like its predecessor, these rhinoceros rockets are extremely scary. They have an AoE attack that hits twice.
I think I might have just been a little slow there, and that's why he was able to get me. I guess I could have also gotten the magic cake here if I really felt like I needed it.
Probably
Nice.
necessary. Yeah, nice to dodge that encounter.
Which is good because I'm gonna have to take this one to get the extra super bomb. Okay, first try run away, I'll take that.
You can dodge this big mouse captain, but it's one of the hardest in the game, or most inconsistent, I should say. I've only done it a handful of times.
It really depends on where they end up.
This is the fan translation. Someone's asking in chat.
Good, I picked great. Okay. Those Octobots are scary because they can steal stuff from you.
Yeah, I believe they can also PK Flash insta-kill you.
Yeah. Which is really bad if it hits Lucas because he's got all the mementos.
Yeah, I think you can technically burn a memento and be fine, but you really don't want to.
Yeah. And now here's the 3 mini games. The first one is basically whack-a-mole. Super whack-a-mole, excuse me. And the goal for these games is to just barely lose. So, the Pokebot here is going to get 10 moles, I need to get 9. And you can hit these moles multiple times, by the way, and it counts. See that I get 9. Nothing to do but wait for the timer to run out here. Can't really talk to anyone because that holds up the timer, so all I can really do is dance around like that. Second one is the Purple Bridge race game. And here you basically have to cross the finish line right after the mini Porky does.
I've failed this one in a run before.
You have? Yeah, I failed it last night in practice. I crossed it like right before he did. Trying to get him to see that I'm in danger, or that he's in danger of losing, so he's got to speed it up a bit. And final game, To Whom Goes the Balloon? This one you need to inflate the balloon to the final stage before it pops. It doesn't matter how many pumps it's away from first thing, as long as you're in the final stage, it's good. And here we're going to heal. Kumatora, yeah, she's got the extra super bombs to give that to Duster. Give some of the bananas to Duster. Oh, now he's full. Okay, perfect. So yeah, basically this Lucas and Kumatora are basically just gonna spam Love and Starstorm. Duster's gonna use PP restoring items and a bomb when he's got a free turn. Bony's on healing duty and he's gonna have to use whatever bombs he has left, which turned out to only be one. I guess Duster had the... I should have given the extra bomb to Bony, not Duster. That was my mistake there. And this is what I was talking about earlier, like, you see how he just attacked Bony instead of attacking the whole party? I prefer that because that's easier to come back from. Just a simple Bony hate the grilled chicken. Whereas this, now I gotta worry about healing 3 people. I got hot dogs, fishy. There's end of the century. Please, Duster, please. Thank you. Come on. There we go.
Nice.
Fine.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about. We won. I might have supposed to have had Duster use something there, so... Kuma's got all the saltwater guns, that's... I just need 2 on Lucas, 2 on Kuma. I was like, oh no, did I use a saltwater gun I wasn't supposed to? Then turns out Kumatora is hoarding them. Welcome back, Steven.
So here we get the Earthbound callback section.
The fan translation even changed the... What is it, the doll and the octopus to the eraser and the pencil?
Shoutouts to all the Earthbound runners. Really great community. I saw we got a raid from Earthbound Super Series earlier. So probably some Earthbound people in the chat.
I think some of them are still around. They've been chatting recently. I'm gonna take the heal here. Get in the door, Lucas. Like we're gonna have a slow walk down a staircase after this fight. So the thing with this fight is that they all have psi shields, and they also all explode when they die, which is why I handed out the mementos now. Not freeze. That was from my mistake in the last fight. You've got the bombs, Duster. You throw it. Okay, Kumatora's dead. Kumatora's super dead. Actually, this might not be so bad, because then she'll get at least some of the explosions on... Okay, this Duster, I forgot to equip the boxers. That might have something to do with this.
Oh yeah, you want to equip boxers so that he outspeeds, or doesn't outspeed?
I think you want him to outspeed.
Yeah, you want him to outspeed, okay.
Yeah, Kumatora has 2 mementos, Lucas has 3. They'll be fine. Defend. Just as long as Bony lived long enough to get the shield off. I'm gonna wait for him to die and revive, because I'm not sure how the game's gonna handle that. And Buff Gamma, Starstorm defend. Shield the one in the back. And then the explosions. Once the second one explodes, it finishes exploding. The HP, everyone's HP will stop scrolling to get ready for the next phase. So Kumatora is actually fairly okay here. I give her a chicken, she'll be fine.
But getting the Fright Bot here is pretty unlucky, but not a huge deal.
I'd just rather have the memento for the next fight than to blow it here when I'm pretty much done. Bony will be fine, don't worry about him. The HP will stop scrolling. In fact, he'll probably survive because his HP will stop scrolling almost immediately. Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about him. And here comes DCMC to bail you out. Unfortunately, the Porcubots I was fighting didn't have this little HP. It would have made it a lot nicer. If I could just throw a couple bombs at them and they'd die. And they wouldn't explode either. What's back? Unfortunately, he's not going to rejoin the party. And even if he did, he'd be massively underleveled. Even by our standards. Yeah, this is just Porky explaining his whole master plan. And the reveal that he's an old man now because he's traveled through time so much. Okay, final area. First, we gotta talk to Flint here. And go down a very long staircase very slowly because Lucas and Kumatora have fevers. Oh no, Kumatora didn't have a fever yet. Now she has a fever, excuse me. There's the gamma, which I'm going to need later, so thank goodness
Yeah,
for
actually
that.
extremely useful.
And there's PK Fire Gamma, which is not useful in the slightest. Now I can run, so that's a lot better.
Didn't check the doorknob.
No.
You remember from 6 hours ago when Thomas knocked off the doorknob?
Yeah.
It fell there, among other places.
Okay, now all the enemies in this area move erratically, so I just gotta kind of hope for good luck.
Yeah, the strat is basically hug walls and pray.
Yeah, okay, he's out of the way. No, not okay. Go the other way. You see nothing. Okay. Okay, first try run. I'll take that. There's some bonus dialogue if you talk to Flynn enough there, but you don't have time for that, unfortunately.
Look at the real bat, Lucas's ultimate offensive weapon, basically.
It gives him plus 50 PP, so... it's
Yeah,
nice to
extremely
have,
useful for our purposes.
Yeah.
Basically an extra PK of Omega.
Yeah. Okay, time for Porky. So here, again, Lucas and Kumatora, 11 Starstorm. Okay, that's not the best start to this fight. On odd turns, they use 11 Starstorm. On even turns, they use a saltwater gun.
Yeah, because he's going to be putting up his PSI shield every turn, or every other turn. Counter, rather.
Okay, hitting Bony is fine, hitting Kumatora is fine. Hitting Duster is okay. Okay, that's fine.
This is slow, but
it's slow,
not...
but it's his only attack for the turn, and I could use the break right now anyway. Even turn, so saltwater gun, heal yourself, and I guess heal Kumatora. Okay. Okay, he's going to... I get another free turn because he's going to use the shield again. So this is just end with everyone. I got enough time for Bony to heal himself.
Yeah, they were kind enough to have the scrolling stop during.
He might be dead. He's dead. He's totally dead.
Yeah, that's looking a little bleak.
Kumatora's got a memento, so that's fine. I'm just gonna wait for Lucas to die here.
Yeah. Good call.
Do not defend with Bony. That is throwing. Okay, that's a win.
Nice. Good job. So yeah, nothing you can do here.
Yeah, just run. That way you don't have to defend with Kumatora and Bony. And Duster if he was still alive, but he's not.
I've had a clutch victory here where I lived with one party member who had 1 HP left on the fade out. Out of curiosity, is this PV pace?
Yes.
Nice. I thought it might be because I looked at my splits and yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't pick up the doorknob, because after the Porcupine,
Yeah,
I 2.1
I realized
seconds
after I
ahead.
said it. Not quite over yet, but
Yeah.
I realized going into the Porky fight, like, wait a minute, this one's really good, so I went and looked at my splits.
I don't know if that's enough to pull off what I want, but I'll try it. If it's not, I can always just switch. So here I'm going to try to use all those healing items to stall long enough until we get to the phase where I can start attacking him. So I can use Love Omega on him to make the last couple phases of the fight go quicker. But if I don't have enough healing items to actually last long enough to keep my PP up, I'm just going to switch to using Life Up. Other than that, this is just heal and guard until you get through enough phases to get through this fight.
Miss.
Yeah. also still have Doria's Memento, which is nice. I assume that machine is keeping him fed, like the spider mech that he was in already, so I don't think he needs food or anything in there. Yeah, there's not really much to say for this fight. The Porky fight was the last real fight. This is really just try to survive long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Playing this a little riskier than I should, but I have the Memento, so that's why I'm still okay with it a little bit. Yeah, here we go, okay. And I got a nice little HP scroll up
Yeah,
while
it's
the
actually
animation's
super
going
convenient.
on. That means now I can attack him. Can finish off this fight pretty quickly now. didn't mean to do that. Don't worry, I've got a memento.
It's fine. That's why we have it.
I might need to do an extra attack anyway, because I think it just, unless you get really high rolls, you might just be a little short of the 2,500 you need. There's 2 phases now. That doesn't matter anyway. Okay. Well, that was
Oh,
dumb
no.
of me. That was so dumb of me. Gonna just reset so I can get everything back. I should have waited for the HP to scroll up a bit. That was so dumb of me. No heals on anyone else. Yeah, I just saw the PB chance and went for it. It was dumb, but and I didn't heal, so reset again. I blew this so hard at the end.
Would still be able to come in underestimate.
Yeah, it'll still be way underestimate. In fact, this is probably better for the marathon, because now they don't have to find something to fill that extra time in.
Yeah.
If only I didn't have to use that other memento in the Pokey fight. Okay, that's less chicken. Just gotta stay alive for a few more turns. Yeah, there it is. So I got a little bit of a roll up. I'm thinking about where I was last time, HP wise. At least I've got this consistently down to a science. I just have to not choke it away at the end. Got this. Okay. Gotta not blow this now.
You got this.
And you can bet that if I have to use that memento, I'm waiting for that thing to scroll up to at least 150 before I do anything. think that'll be able to stop Love. I think that should be it. Yeah, that's it.
Once you get the white, you get the white flash,
I've won
GG.
because I still have the memento, so it's unlosable at this point.
Nice run.
Yeah.
Shame about the end, but
yeah,
the Mother 3 marathon run curse is broken.
I just saw like a chance for a marathon PB, or I'm not even sure if there wasn't even a chance for a marathon world record, and I just saw that and went way too risky in that last fight, and
yeah, I'm not sure about world record.
What?
It could have been close.
I was 42.4 ahead after Porky. I don't know how close that is to you.
That's like about even with world record, and then my PB has a bad final boss, so
Okay.
would have been world record, yeah.
Yeah.
Shame, but still a really good run.
Yeah.
The team had a bad reputation, but run in marathons. Like a lot of the time, we had to drop out, or things went really poorly. So I'm really happy we finally got a really good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nervous back in Chapter 2 when the GameCube kind of malfunctioned for a second there. I'm not going to say anything like, it hasn't happened again yet, because we're not quite done
Time
yet.
has not been called.
Yeah. Yeah, if I know I can trust this thing to last 6.5 hours, I can start doing runs again.
Yeah.
Because when I started practicing, that's what made me realize, like, oh yeah, that's why I stopped doing this, because my GameCube stopped working. I bought a new GameCube, I bought a new Game Boy player, it's still doing this, so I don't know what the problem is. But it worked out tonight, so I'm glad for that at least. Well, it worked out tonight so far. Still got another couple of minutes to go through.
So yeah, time will be, there's a few more cutscenes.
It'll be when I say yes to pull the final needle.
Yep. Maybe like 2 or 3 minutes from here. Maybe a little more? I don't know, I forget.
I think that's about right.
So shoutouts to Gearless for having me.
No problem. Glad to have you.
Gave me a lot to me. Super important. One of my favorite childhood games, and one of my favorite speed games. So.
Now you're making me feel old.
Sorry.
This game came out when I was in junior year of high school. And I was like my freshman year of college when the or maybe sophomore year of college when the fan translation came out.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to shout out, like, even outside the speedrun community, the general, like, Earthbound Mother community is so awesome. Yeah. They do so many great things. So shouts to the whole, like, Starman.net scene.
And I guess I'm not sure how much time I'm gonna get after we pull the needle, so I'm just gonna say thank you to the Questing for Glory team for finally letting Mother 3 have a chance in your marathon. And I'd also like to thank all the viewers. I never thought I'd have this many people choose to watch me over Wolf Blitzer on election night. But, so thank you so much.
Yeah. Shouts to Gearless. Been running this game for, I guess it's been over 10 years now.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I remember your
That sounds
original
about
run
right.
was from 2013. Or you've had runs from 2013. I'd also like to say in this moment that even when things seem really dark, you should never give up on hope and keep looking forward. Just gonna keep it vague, but yeah, wanted to say that based on things that are happening right now.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I haven't really been keeping up with what you've been talking about too much, so that's kind of disappointing to hear.
Sorry.
And that'd be the first thing I'd be looking at after this anyway, so you just told me like 5 minutes or so in advance anyway. Okay, time is coming up real soon.
Yeah, in about a minute, 30 or about 30 seconds here. Maybe sorry.
Time.
All right, nice run.
Yeah.
Sub 245 or 245. Whoa, 645.
645.
Yeah, we wish. While we're still up here, real quick, I'd like to give a shout out to my grandfather who sadly passed away yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he was a great man. So, on a more positive note, be sure to follow GearlessRobot at twitch.tv/GearlessRobot. Great Mother 3 runner, great Star Ocean 2 runner.
And be sure to follow Lonely. Great Mother 3 runner, great Castlevania runner. What else do you run?
Persona also.
Persona? Oh, wait, yeah, right, Persona 4. That's what.
Yep.
At RPG Limit Break.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll let you have the final word, but that's going to be it from me.
Yeah, so I'd just like to, again, say thank you all for watching. It was a pleasure. I'm sad it kind of ended on kind of a sour note with my little mistake there, but I really couldn't have asked for a better run before that. Especially, I was concerned that, before that, like, I was concerned with how my GameCube was acting, that I'd, at some point, have to, like, switch to Nintendo PC at some point, and I had a backup all planned for that, so I'm glad that worst case scenario didn't happen, at least. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope to see you all again, run this for all of you again sometime, either here or in the main RPG Limit Break Marathon, or on some spin-off they've got on the channel. It doesn't matter, I just love to be able to run this again for you sometime. So, again, thank you, and hopefully I'll see you next time.